What's up? 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 What's up, y'all? What's up, y'all? What y'all doing? What y'all doing? Uh, yeah, I mm, 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 mm. It's always something. Take this off. And of course, we're gonna lead off with Young Thug and them first. But before I get to that, oh, okay. No, some of y'all don't do reality TV at all. And then you have some that do certain shows, right? Like the 600-pound life and Love After Lockup and whatever. But none of that pow pow boom boom back stuff I be watching. I watch it all really, but I just get a kick out of that pow pow boom boom back. There's a lot be going on because a lot of those people actually have ties to regular celebrities and a lot of people that be behind the scenes. And if you want to know the backstory to what's going on with a lot of these people, how they relate to regular celebrities or whatever we have out there going on in the industry. It could be NBA, it could be football players. There's a lot of stuff, right? I tend to watch it all because I be wanting to know. I'll be like, okay, when I hear a name, I'll be like, okay, I know who that is. I know where to go to get the other pieces. Bam, I like to have all, or at least as close to all as possible. Every bit of piece I can get, right? And I'm trying to tell you, if you're anybody isn't familiar with Zeus Network, I know you probably don't know now it's TV, but it was funny that this girl who worked for my daughter was telling her about some stuff on, Zeus. And so, my daughter was watching none of that. And so through my daughter, we've been conversing back and forth. She'd tell me some shows to watch. And I tell her, oh, have you watched this web? And I asked her, did she know about um, the channel now that's TV? And she did know. And a lot of people don't know about that channel. They a little rougher over there than Zeus, right? But the thing with Zeus, see, Zeus, they have non-reality show stars over there that are creators and that have direct links to the creation of Zeus Network. So they into a battle with Viacom. So that's not that's a hardcore production network. So and you have MTV. So Nick Cannon or whatever, he don't be on TV beating people ass. So, I mean, so it's just the connections. That's what I'm talking about. It may start like somewhere where you be like, huh? Like, and then you have to wonder how the hell did this person get over on on you know get over with these people. These people are a little different, right? Child. Um, I'm just watching how they apparently do business or don't do business because it's so much. And for the life of me, I don't understand why is sex just as strong of an addiction as drugs. Come on, drugs and alcohol. Come on, drugs and alcohol. Mhm. Thank you. Thank you. Huh? So did you take the keys off? Okay. Oh, that's these keys. That's it.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
And just make sure, you take them off. But make sure the lock portion is facing down.
Lock portion spacing down.
Right, so that you have room to put the key in
Oh, okay. Oh, okay.
there.
Thank you. So, I got my little candy, honey. So I can be so rude in your ear. So, I'm looking at these guys, but these people had a damn good idea, a damn good um, idea when it came to also collaborating, right? And then, as I said, and a damn good idea of just how to structure everything. Okay. So, and I'm like to watch them just piss it all away, and it's a lot of sex going on. A lot of people that's married or maybe not people that they had said Jamisha and Lemon Pepper was married, and they said no, they ain't married. Like, well, what is going on? Either you're married or you're not. I think Jamisha was. Now, Sienna, I know, is Miss Bahamas or something. I don't know if Jamisha was Miss Bahamas at one point. It's a lot going on. You see how what I'm saying, how these different industry, the overall industry is entertainment, but how, like, where you think a person that's operating, and maybe you would call it like a lower caliber celebrity or producer or whatever that somehow is connected to these people. It's crazy. I watch everything. I watch this more than the show. I watch behind the scenes and the connections. Not on no, I think they can take over the world type shit. Not on that. I just watch it because I know how your ass can be connected with someone or friends with someone or have you, and then the next thing you know, that you can be in the news. Your ass can be on them, photos and with all that extra shit, right? And when it's all settled, your ass is in some shit, and that's apparently what is going on. Also, I also watch because I believe that some of what those people do, and I don't know the percentage, is organized drama. Okay. Meaning, and they are saying that production is telling some of these people to jump on some of the cast members and playing pranks on the people. I'm like, huh? Like, okay. So it's a lot. So that's why I watch all of that. But nonetheless, now let me tell you this. Wow. I've had a few, I've been in a relationship with a few people where they will sit down and watch a little bit with me, but they would check on off, right? My cousin's wife said, you know, that my cousin watches a little bit with her and then check off, but he really would like to love after lockup, right? And then, but however, I was getting in kind of in trouble or spoken to because they were saying that because I will, I call you if you sit down and you watch this stuff with me and whatever. Then I'm thinking you keeping up. I ain't knowing you ain't paying attention. You just sitting there to keep me company. I don't know you ain't paying attention for real. So if something done went down or whatever, I'm on the phone with you. Child, not child, but well, let me tell you what happened. And then I got accused of people saying that I was acting like this was my life or part of my life or I was trying to resolve issues like with my, I'm like, oh my gosh, I know the difference. Okay, I don't think I don't know the difference, but please know that what be going on in those people's lives, whatever be going on in everybody's life, regular, regular smuggler folks like myself. So there you have it. Anyway, let's get on with this young thug stuff. Try to put this topic up in here so we can have this section off. Hold on. Hold on real quick. I'm coming out. Why this phone so cold? Hey, can you come here real quick? I want to see if you can put this thing in my trunk real quick. In the trunk of that car. I'm sorry. All right. Hey y'all, what is the name of it? What's this song? Here go another song. Every time it's on put this in that all right.
And that life socket, court docket, or my empty pockets.
Who which one is
Legacy
that?
five.
Who which dude is that?
Shade. Shade. Shane Sharp.
Oh, that's what you watching.
Yeah.
Huh?
You ain't seen that?
Yeah. I've seen the show.
No, I'm saying, but you ain't seen the thing he do with the Legacy five.
You smell good though.
He was great on that. Um, yeah, I mean, TikTok or whatever. This is Legacy five.
Oh, you smell good.
Chewbacca, Waka Flocka, Legacy five.
Oh, okay. So, yeah, let me put up our little topic. That is our Twitch. So I'm gonna change. I'm not impartial to YouTube. I just like to use the YouTube thing. It's the same thing on all the platforms, y'all. So, and know y'all all y'all can't see each other. I can see y'all though. Anyway, listen. Oh, I'm gonna give you the other one so you can have one. I'm gonna give you the other. I took them off. I got three of them. So, yeah, baby, this is why I tell you to get the paperwork. I wasn't minding my own business. I wasn't, y'all. I wasn't. But I was in the Fulton County thing, right? in the Fulton County place where you get the paperwork at, right? So in preparation for this live, set it up, whatever. I so happened to scroll down in one of in the paperwork, and I seen Sylvia's channel on there. I'm like, what the hell is going on? Lord have mercy. I'm like, they are still watching. They still watching. Like, it's almost, it's, I don't like nobody watching me, right? If I, and, and, and what I'm saying is like this, right? You got a whole bunch um, of ways that you can catch somebody, right? You got a bunch of ways you can just catch somebody, right? Okay. But if you just sitting up there monitoring them, or and I hope that they're not just well. Let me take this back because they probably are. If they know that they're going to be on Sylvia's channel or whatever, because she usually make the announcements beforehand or what have you, then they're probably going to tune in. Or if somebody that is pro prosecution or whatever, if somebody see them on there, they're probably going to alert them. Or if they crawl on her page, they're probably going to alert them. I don't know if Fulton County have page crawlers or what have you, right? Looking for keywords and things of that nature. So I don't know how they was alerted or whatever. I haven't looked at it yet, but I'm just assuming that it was something on her page based off the limited information that I have put together myself from in my head that um this is why this is um this is why his probation was threatened. Like what? What? I ain't lying. So let me start from the beginning. Let me see. Okay, this is I didn't even get all the way through. What is this? This is that is I can't find my other key fob. It should be five key fob. Hold on. Let's get this one together. And the other ones. It's stress me out because I hate losing shit. Damn key fob here. But listen, y'all. So let me pull up this other paperwork. Um, okay, that's the revocation. So, oh yeah, that was a state that included her channeling. Okay, let me put this right now. I almost passed out. I'm like, what? I'm like, Sylvia, you got to be kidding me. No, you gotta be kidding me. I couldn't believe it. Let me blow it up. Why it came up like this? Okay. We're gonna read what the problem is. If you, I don't know how y'all say it back there, where you from. This is how we say it. We say nah. What's the problem? Nah. This is stupid. Now, um, un momento. Oh, honey. I'm missing. Jeez. It doesn't work. Yeah. I'm trying. Little old lady bit. Well, okay. So, yeah, I scroll down the prosecutor's motion. And lo and behold, I saw Sylvia's name. I haven't read anything. I really don't know what was said. But I reckon it was said on her channel. You have to me? Okay. I reckon it was said on her channel. And if it was said on her channel, it was easy for them to get a hold of or whatever. I don't know. I don't know. Let me start speculating. I'm getting upset because I can't find my damn key fob. Remember I told you I hate to lose anything? Well, and it's a shame how they make these goddamn cars. Well, you need the goddamn key fob to get in the key. I mean, to get in the damn car. Like, wait a minute. Oh, here go the other one. Oh, praise it. Praise the Lord. Here go the other one. Right? Okay, that's 1, 2, 3. That car. Okay. Now, my attention. goes to you people. Listen. Okay, so we're gonna see what had happened. And let me tell you, so I was talking to a sympathizer today. Now listen, this is just my opinion. This is my opinion, right? Okay. So sympathizers. Now, you already have an issue with you already have an issue with the court system, what was done. It was, it's unfair, it's disproportionate, disproportionate, it discriminates. Yes, I agree with you. I agree with you. Okay. This is what I don't agree with. When I'm okay with how the game of law works. They how the game of court procedure work, right? Procedural law, substantive law, right? I'm okay with it. If someone gets set free that was guilty, or vice versa, I'm okay with it because guess what? I know the process and procedure, right? Okay. Now, so when these people were receiving these ridiculous probation offers and they took them and all this, that, and third, whatever, y'all was happy that he got out, that these people was getting out, but upset with the conditions in which they got out. Okay? So my thing is, if they violate those conditions, oh, I'm sorry, let me change that. When they violate those conditions, you guys are mad when they're picked up and processed for violating those conditions. I don't understand it. I believe that just because people have had, bad um, childhoods, even worse adulthoods, maybe some of it may be due to poverty, due to mental health, due to whatever. You, the sympathizers, in my opinion, believe that there should not be any penalty or punishment for crimes, right? Now, understand this. Now, this is, well, it's more of on my end of what we do, right? That's when we're just dealing with um, forensic psychology, right? There is a measure that is used, or an assessment or evaluation that says, hey, this person may be mentally ill, mentally incapacitated, cognitively delayed, whatever you want to, whatever the name is. However, they understood what they were doing when they committed the crime. They understood it. In some instances, they even planned it, which speaks to what? Intent. So here's where my side of psychology bump heads with the most side of psychology. We're saying that we have a measure that says, hey, this person should be deemed competent enough to stand trial. They should stand trial and take whatever they get. The modem side of psychology, I'm not speaking for her. I'm just going by what I've seen. Is they will say, but this is what their diagnosis is, or diagnoses and shit, how they be saying. This is their diagnosis, right? And therefore, just blanket over all, they should not be held responsible. That's not how it goes. Just because they don't understand um, the different little intricacies that's weird that we're looking at that says, hey, we understand. These my nails don't got real long. That we understand that they got this particular mental illness, and and it may, because it's going to affect the way they think, and this is why they did this, that, and the third. But we're saying, but but this particular crime took some great planning and so on, so on, whatever. We're gonna say that they are competent enough to stand trial. And this is where it gets a little, a little dicey, right? They have a little issue with that. The physicians, the doctors that understand the way we classify and categorize people when it comes to mental illness and doing crime, understand that we need them to focus more on evaluating the their cognitive processing when it comes to committing a crime, right? How they how how it relates to the intent, right? So that's neither here nor there, right? So I said all this to say that, say all that to say this: we shouldn't have. I scratch that. I keep saying scratch. Y'all know I'm delirious when I'm telling you this. That this morning shift shit. I was explaining to somebody that when you are teaching classes outside of like law and things of that nature, you have to be up and available like you are a regular professor, right? I started to say faculty, like you regular faculty. So it's like if it's regular faculty works from 7 to 3, then 7 to 3 you got to be plugged in and have everything open and available, like Teams and all that extra shit or whatever. With law, it was a little different because I was adjunct. I just load the stuff up, whatever. They know it is almost like a pace yourself type situation, other than you have something to do or what have you. But because of the amount of study, research, going to courthouses, whatever. These children do a lot of work off campus and stuff like that. So there is no way that they were um, asking an adjunct professor that's teaching online to be available at those times. There's no way. That's how I was able to get away with it so long. Log in, be on here with y'all, and sleep. Told y'all I'm black first. Where you teaching professors, if anybody out there, tell my mind. You teaching regular school, listen, 7 to 3, 8 to 4, 9 to 5, whatever the hours are, you gotta be logged in, or you gotta be available. You have to like if you regular faculty, you have to when you get finished with your teaching your class, lecturing, whatever, you got to go back to your fucking office and stay there. The fuck? Uh-uh. 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 So I don't like this. Say that now. But but yeah, because like 8 and 9 o'clock, I be getting I be so goddamn sleepy and tired. Like I don't like this. I do my best work at night. Child Shabuki. But my thing is, right, y'all watch Happy as a CC at the CC camp, however it go, when these people got out taking those crazy ass deals, right? And you knew that it came with do's and don'ts. And soon as they violate them or whatever, then now you want to blame it on the prosecution. I don't think that's fair. I don't like the fact that they're monitoring these people and all this. I don't like this, but if it's in the rules that they can do that, then what can we say? Everybody hollering, oh, it was a setup. Yeah, yes. I believe that they gave that type of probation, that length of time, those restraints, restrictions, regulations, rules, in an effort to keep what they call the community safe. Because you understand this, most criminal law is all about the risk assessment when it comes to the community. If you look further into a lot of um, a lot of probation and parole, the process that it from top to bottom, as well as when it when it comes to sentencing people. Trying to think of all the areas. There's a bunch of areas where you see that word community wedged in there somewhere, because we do a risk assessment not only for I don't know the victim or whatever, it's for the community. Like will you reoffend, right? You're a danger. A lot of times, and I'm gonna tell you, on the prosecution side, and I told you a long time ago that what those briefs are made to do what? Persuade, right? So there are action words, there are buzzwords that prosecutors are going to put in paperwork. That, and I used to try to tell the people, the men that used to come over here, whatever. that just because they put it in that paperwork doesn't necessarily mean that they have evidence of it. They're not supposed to lie, but they can persuade. Okay, so when they put in paperwork that that's a danger to the community, they already know. You put danger in there and community, and the judge is going to stop focusing. Especially when you're trying to make sure someone will get a bond. When they call Mr. Kelly, what is it, Sado McKissick, what is it, Sado sadistic or something like that. That translate in legal language as you are a danger. Say sadomasochist, something like that. Yeah, those type of words. Because when I look it up, because I'm not writing a brief, so I don't know, what what word translated, but I know, I can tell like by the writing, and then when they stick a word in, I'm like, okay, that's the word that we're supposed to translate in law language to tell us whether or not they are a danger, they're calling this person a danger or not. You know what I'm saying? It's hard to explain. Just like if it's very, very simple. Just say there's a person that's a sex has been a sex offender in the past, and you want to keep them from a birthday party for young girls. You put in there, you write it up, you write it up and say, hey, this person was a sex offender. We see sex offender. We know to keep your ass away from the party. Per plain and simple. I be going too far in my brain, be trying to translate this stuff to y'all. Most of y'all don't give a damn, don't care, don't understand any damn way. So I might as well talk plain English, right? If it's legal, I'm just gonna give you the legal um, terminology and let it be that, right? But so there are keywords, buzzwords, if you will, that are written that says already signals to the judge deny the bond. You know, and this is a description of your character, description of whether they know that you did it or not, right? Because the trial hadn't started at this point. I'm not talking about Young Thug, I'm just talking about in general. His trial hadn't started at this point. So you're writing up you're writing up a brief because you want the bond to be denied. If usually it's going to be a response to a motion for a bond or a bond reduction. And you're going to respond using buzzwords to describe that person's character, whether you, they've done it, they did whatever you are alleging or not. So community is always something you usually hear prosecutors say when they want a bond, for them to have not to have a bond, when they want them to do a ridiculous amount of time, when they're trying to get something that's usually just above and beyond, right? Or something that could be standard, but you just want to make sure the judge understand that you really don't want this person to be released, and also understand when You're writing up this paperwork. If it goes up, it goes on appeal and all of that. It go the appellate courts, Supreme Court. They're reading the same paperwork. They are focusing on the same buzzwords, and we just know them when we see them. We just how it's placed and all of that. We just know them, So that's why it is so important. And if when you hear attorneys speak on it, they will tell you that yeah, the law is enumerated, meaning it is written, statutorily written out. And then there is the unenumerated portion of the law, language that isn't written out, that is also legally binding. And don't ask me how that could be because they ain't got nothing to do with me. I'm just telling you this is what we go by. So that's why I just so I don't understand what y'all want. You can't say that if a person takes responsibility for a crime, then he should also be slapped on the wrist. It don't work that way. If the judge got, and I think the judge was trying to take it upon herself to try to reform him through order, through paperwork, through judgment. Because she figured, well, hell, if he's going to be grateful and thankful to get out, she's going to put him on a long time. That means she's going to do her community service that way, and she's going to keep him in line by order. I'm okay with that. And I think it's good for him. But a lot of them sympathizers, they're not like that. Y'all want me to take him. He came up with the poverty. Okay. A bunch of people came up that way. We want to do what's best for everybody. You know, everybody. And I just think that um, the sympathizers don't always look at that, right? You don't always look at it. So, anyway, let me read and see what happened. Let me blow my nose real quick. As a matter of fact, can I put the reader on here? How many pages is it? 14. Let me put the reader on. I done got lazy, y'all can tell. Yeah, I be working, honey, on a master plan too.
Fulton County Superior Court. FILBT. Date, April 2nd, 2025, 7:48 p.m. Che Alexander, Clerk. In the Superior Court of Fulton County, State of Georgia. State of Georgia. V. Jeffrey Williams. Defendant. Case No. 22 SC 183572. Judge Paige Whitaker. State's motion to revoke probation. Comes now the State of Georgia, by and through the undersigned counsel, and moves this on.
I don't know why I did that. Hold on, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I am so sorry. Don't cuss me out. I'm gonna not move this page around. My bad.
This honorable court to immediately revoke the probation of defendant Jeffrey Williams. The defendant has demonstrated a blatant disregard for the law, the safety of witnesses, and the integrity of judicial proceedings. The state submits that the defendant's continued presence in the community under Probationary supervision presents a clear and present danger to public safety and undermines the rule of law. Background. On October 31, 2024, the defendant, Jeffrey Williams, was sentenced to probation with conditions that include no contact with the victim and the victim's family. The defendant pled guilty, and the conditions of probation were imposed pursuant to OCGA 42-835, which authorizes courts to establish and enforce conditions necessary to protect the public and uphold the administration of justice. Since sentencing, the defendant has engaged in conduct that directly threatens the safety of witnesses and prosecutors, compromises ongoing legal proceedings, and warrants immediate revocation of probation. Escalating threats and witness intimidation. Investigator Marissa Viverito is currently testifying in a multi-defendant gang murder preliminary hearing, which remains ongoing and is set to reconvene on Monday, April 7, 2025. During this hearing, the court explicitly ordered that the witness not be shown on television while testifying. Despite this order, a known blogger deliberately violated the court's directive by posting on social media, "She doesn't want to be shown on screen? Well, here she is," along with a photograph of investigator Viverito. On Tuesday, April 1, 2025, Jeffrey Williams, aka Young Thug, amplified this act by reposting the image with the caption, "Marissa Viverito is the biggest liar in the DA's office." This post quickly went viral, amassing over 2 million views with thousands of comments and retweets, many of which included direct threats to investigator Viverito and her family. Direct threats. As a direct consequence of these social media posts, Viverito's home address and her parents' home address were publicly posted, exposing them to grave danger. See Exhibit A. One post stated, "If the hate is really real, then pull up on her mama crib," alongside a photograph of her mother's residence. See Exhibit A. Hours later, an additional post emerged threatening the assassination of District Attorney Fani Willis. See Exhibit B. The escalation from targeting a testifying witness to making a direct death threat against the elected District Attorney of Fulton County is a grave and unprecedented attack on the justice system. Pattern of intimidation and court undermining. This is not an isolated incident, it is part of a calculated campaign of intimidation, harassment, and misinformation designed to undermine the legal process. Social media has been used as a tool to manipulate public perception, spread misinformation, and instill fear. These efforts have also included attempts to exploit the court's perceived stance of disdain toward the state by referring to Your Honor as YSL Whitaker. This ongoing manipulation of public perception through social media is intended to obstruct justice, silence witnesses, and threaten those who enforce the law. Legal basis for revocation. Under OCGA 42-834.1, a court may revoke a defendant's probation when they engage in new criminal conduct or violations that threaten public safety. The defendant's continued association with individuals actively involved in witness intimidation, threats of violence, and obstruction of justice constitutes a clear violation of probation conditions. These actions mirror the established tactics of criminal organizations, as defined under OCGA 16-15-3, which are designed to instill fear, silence witnesses, and interfere with judicial proceedings. As a direct consequence of these actions, law enforcement resources have been required to provide security in response to the escalating threats and intimidation. Georgia courts have consistently upheld the revocation of probation for conduct that endangers witnesses, obstructs justice, or threatens public officials. Failure to act decisively will only encourage further attempts to threaten, harass, and intimidate those involved in this case. The state asserts that not addressing this matter directly with the defendant would fail to serve as an adequate deterrent, given the gravity and escalating nature of these threats. Furthermore, as both the defendant and this court acknowledged during his plea and sentencing, the defendant wields significant influence over people worldwide, amplifying the potential impact of his actions. See Exhibit C, excerpt from the October 31, 2025 hearing. Need for revocation. The integrity of this court and the safety of those involved in this prosecution are at stake. The defendant's probation should be immediately revoked to prevent further harm, ensure compliance with the law, and send a clear message that witness intimidation and threats against public officials will not be tolerated. The state urges this court to take swift and decisive action by revoking the defendant's probation and remanding them into custody without delay. Conclusion. Wherefore, the state of Georgia respectfully requests that this court schedule a hearing to address, immediately revoke or modify the defendant's probation as it deems appropriate, order the defendant to reimburse the costs incurred by law enforcement for the additional protective measures necessitated by their actions, and impose any further sanctions necessary to safeguard the witnesses, prosecutors, and the integrity of the judicial process. Respectfully submitted this 2nd day of April, 2025. FANIT Willis. GA bar number 223955. District Attorney. Atlanta Judicial Circuit. /S/Adam Abate. GA bar number 516126. Executive District Attorney. Atlanta Judicial Circuit. /S/Simone Hilton. GA bar number 236408. Executive District Attorney. Atlanta Judicial Circuit. Certificate of Service. I hereby certify that I have served the within and foregoing documents upon attorneys of record for the defendants, by Georgia e-file, this 2nd day of April, 2025. FANIT Willis. GA bar number 223955. District Attorney. Atlanta Judicial Circuit. Exhibit A.
Okay, let me stop there. That little bit, that's all it was. Hold on, I mean, for the paperwork portion of it. Let me see. 1, 2, 3. Oh, just 3 pages. I could have read that. Okay, let me see what happened. Lord have mercy. Not have mercy. What's going on now? Let me see what it is. Okay. So Vivarito's testimony footage, the footage everyone's been waiting for. That's Vivarito, infamous Sylvia. Oh Lord, please don't let it be her. Hold on. Oh Lord. Because my mom used to say, y'all niggas ain't gonna kill me. So Young Thug said the biggest liar at the DA's office. Autopsy came back straight. Oh, they got Thugger Daily up in there. Ooh. All my homies hate Vivarito. Dumbass used to live at Attitude and got my Airbnb shut down. Who said that? Oh, Young Thug. You know what, y'all? A lot of the shows I be watching, they be filming at Young Thug's places. Yes. If the hate is really real, then pull up to her mama crib. Ooh. Let me see, what is this? I will personally make sure Fannie Willis is assassinated. Oh, Daredevil season 4. Daredevil season 4. What is that down at the bottom? Job, paperwork. Get your paperwork here. What is this? This look like a part of a transcript. Hold on. Part of a transcript. Let me see what it is. But I understand, rap lyrics. I understand how it can be twisted. I understand what it could be through the mind of people. I understand all of that. And I promise you, I am 100% changing that. It's just I am older. I am grown now, and it's just like I'm, I am smarter. So is that his thing? Mm, what Sylvia up here on here for? In London, nothing. Beverly Hills. Oh, Sylvia. Oh, have mercy. Okay, she just made the announcement that the testimony was there. Well, y'all. Mm, 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 mm. What up, Twitter, YouTube, Facebook? What is that, Twitch? Mm, 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 mm. Mm. Now, let's pull up what his attorney responded. Now, we now know what happened. I was in the little Fulton County portal when the paperwork hit. And that's how I knew right then that that 'cause it was, hold on, it was within like 30 or 40 minutes that I had to put it out that his probation was going to continue. But let me pull up his attorney. What his attorney said. It's crazy. This one, maybe. What is it? Okay, they got it in order. Okay. God, this is so goddamn crazy. But he's gonna have to watch that. A lot of people think that they have freedom of speech, and they think that means that we can say whatever we want to say, and it's covered under freedom. No, it's not. You have freedom of speech until you violate those freedom of speech protections by saying things that isn't covered by freedom of speech. One of the issues with rap music and freedom of speech is that a lot of times these rappers will say things in these songs, and then the things in those songs actually happen prior to them saying it or happen afterwards. In that case, okay, sometimes you may see if the prosecutors have evidence that if it happened afterwards, that they can directly connect them to that. If they, had some role in it. Sometimes, as we're seeing now, they'll take the route of a RICO because sometimes, they probably don't have evidence that the rapper did it, but maybe someone that the rapper is connected to may look good for that particular crime, right? Meaning it's a good, it's a good chance that that person did it, and maybe there's evidence to say that. Only thing they have to do is show the connection of the two, where the argument sometimes will get weak when the prosecutors try to blame crime as a result of rap lyrics, is when the rapper have no connection to the person that looks good for the crime, the person they think did the crime, right? And that's when you see some type of national outcry that the rap lyrics or the rapper or what have you should be banned. You can even pursue conspiracy when the person that they think did it as a suspect isn't connected to the rapper. And then if it happened prior to the rapper singing, put them in a rap lyrics, then of course they can, one of the same scenarios still apply. If they could probably use RICO, get a 2 for 1 or two or more for one, throw in conspiracy, especially if you have some evidence that the rapper knows the person that most likely committed the crime, person that you have probable cause on. We all know that conspiracy doesn't require that the top person actually knew all the plans and all of that, whatever, because you have two different ways that you can pursue conspiracy. One, where the top person had an active role, and the other one where the top person didn't have an active role but did agree to the actual plan to commit the crime. You have that, but then a lot of defense attorneys will use the freedom of speech defense in those cases that there's no evidence that says that the rapper commit the crime, even if it's probable cause that someone that the rapper is connected to looks good for the crime. They can use freedom of speech. That way, they can say that, hey, he was just rapping, you know, embellishing the song or what have you, right? Well, Let's see what Brian Steele said, because readings by Brian Steele is always interesting. As soon as I can find it, I lost it somewhere. Where did I? Where is it? Okay, can you see that? Okay, let me make this bigger. I can put a read on this one. Lord, bless me indeed. All right. It says Mr. Williams' response to state's motion to revoke probation comes now Jeffrey Williams and by and through undersigned counsel and hereby files this response to state motion to revoke probation in the above referenced case. In support of this response, Mr. Williams shows as follows. On or about April 2nd, 2025 at 7:48 p.m., the state filed a motion to revoke Mr. Williams' probation. The probation must place in writing, pursuant to the Due Process Code of the United States Constitution, as well as the Georgia Constitution, the specific act or acts that Mr. Williams supposedly committed to violate his probationary sentence. As shown below, the prosecution's motions to revoke Mr. Williams' probation fails on its face to allege any conduct by Mr. Williams that would rise to a violation of the probationary sentence. And when it says on its face, it means just by looking. If just by looking, not really getting into it, um, just by knowing what happened, it fails, right? Um, it says taken in the light most favorable to the prosecution, allegations in the motions to revoke probation. All right, when they say taken in the light most favorable to the prosecution, means that when a case is filed, when motions are brought by the prosecution, it is assumed that whatever they are alleging, that it is true. I know this is weird, but that's pretty much what it means, right? That means that the prosecution is going to get more deference. All right. Remember when I was talking about the appellate process and you apply uh, how much deference they apply when they review things de novo and all of that for abuse of discretion and things of that nature. Um, they apply a certain amount of deference to each and every case that they review, right? So if it's de novo, it's little to no deference, meaning they're going to look at it as if it's new. If it's something like abuse of power, that means they're questioning the judge. They're going to give the judge a great amount of deference, meaning that they're going to look more at the judge being right than the judge being wrong. If you understand what I'm saying, right? So that's when you see, well, you're not gonna see the words. Well, sometimes you may see the words deference put in the paperwork, but probably not. You're probably going to see that particular phrase taken in the light most favorable to the prosecution, allegations taken in the light most favorable to the prosecution. That's probably what you're going to see mostly in a brief. That just means deference. That's all you need to know when it comes to that. There's allegations and the motions to revoke probation. The Honorable Court could not find, as a matter of fact and or law, that Mr. Williams violated any term of his sentence. Meaning, matter of fact, meaning there's a question of fact, matter of law, there's a question of law. Okay? I told you when they write these things, and again, I meant no disrespect or whatever, just telling you what it is. They're not talking to lay people. Okay, they're just not talking to you. What else? I'm reading off of another one that I could see. So if I'm not, let me see if I can scroll because I had to get it when I was in the system. Um, when I was in the system, I was unable to get this thing because of when something going on. So I had to get it from Thugger, and I couldn't even give the um, the order to Thugger. So it says Honorable Court of Appeals of Georgia reversed the trial court's determination that Mr. Miller violated his probation since there was no. Is that the right one? I'm sorry, y'all. Okay, I got the right one. I'm gonna make sure that I'm moving it. I got two copies of it. There was no evidence to support these findings. The state's motion to revoke probation must allege conduct which is proven by a preponderance of the evidence shows that Mr. Williams violated a term of his probation in the specific manner charged in the motion to revoke probation. See Moulton versus State. Says, as discussed below, taken in the light most favorable to the prosecution's assertions, Mr. Williams did not violate any term of probation, and thus the state motion to revoke probation must be dismissed at this time with prejudice. Oh, wow. Says the material allegations in the state motions to revoke probation are as follows. At a preliminary hearing in an case, the magistrate court ordered that no witness be shown on television while testifying, and a known blogger deliberately violated that court order by posting on social media a photograph of the investigator Viverito. Wonder who is the known blogger? Who they talking about? Wait a minute. Let me go back to the what the state put in. Because I wonder, is that why they had Sylvia shit in there? Oh, Lord. What known blogger? Oh, it is her. That's why they had Viverito face covered. That's what she posted, y'all. Oh, have mercy. Jesus. It is. It is her. Let me bring it back. Let me bring it back to you. Let me bring it back to you. Lord, this is what we do over here, baby. We get down to the bottom of it. No. Oh, no. Shit. They're going to start calling Sylvia YSL Sylvia. Lord have mercy, Jesus. She don't mean no harm. Y'all see that? That's the part they're talking about. Damn. Hold on, let me put the paperwork back up here. Shashabuki. What happened to the paperwork? I was moving. Um, Hold on. Open up paper. Girl, this some crazy work. Okay. I'm coming. I'm gonna put it back up here. Girl. Is it up there? There we go. Okay. All right. They threw Sylvia ass upon the bus. They said a known blogger deliberately violated that court's order by posting on social media a photograph of investigator Viverito. This allegation has nothing to do with Mr. Williams. First, even the known blogger did not violate them. Okay. Come on now. Don't do it like that. Shit. Come on back now. Y'all come on back. Say, come on back. Shit. Turn to your neighbor. Turn to your neighbor, y'all. Twitter, Facebook, Twitch, YouTube. Turn to your neighbor and say, come on back. Don't do it like that. The fuck? Go over there and leave messages on your damn page. I get them going. It says, okay, let me start back. It says the allegation has nothing to do with Mr. Williams. First, even the known blogger did not violate the magistrate's court order as asserted in the state's motion to revoke Mr. Williams' probation because there was no image shown of the investigator. Viverito, while testifying in this unrelated proceeding, the allegation cannot support the revocation of Mr. Williams' probation. Y'all, I'm struggling trying to say it's really, really tight on my side. It says Mr. Williams amplified the blogger's act by reposting the image with the caption, Marissa Viverito is the biggest liar in the DA's office. First, there is no suggestion that Mr. Williams knew of the magistrate's court order not to show investigative Viverito on television while testifying. Second, the allegation asserts that Mr. Williams reposted an image and wrote a caption. The allegation does not violate the magistrate's court order or Mr. Williams' conditions of probation. Third, there is no violation of Mr. Williams' probation by reposting an image on social media and opening that investigator Viverito's is untruthful. The prosecution asserts that Mr. Williams' repost went viral and unknown persons commented on same, which included supposed threats to investigative Viverito, her family, as well as a DA. Mr. Williams' undersigned counsel and all moral persons do not condone threatening another without justification. However, these comments on social media by unknown persons cannot be attributed to Mr. Williams in order to support a violation of his probationary sentence, which is absolutely 100% straight, right? That is correct. He is the one that has to violate his probation by violating whatever he was not supposed to do. I don't think that unless they say he isn't supposed to rally the troops or whatever, or something in that matter, right? Because I don't understand how they would even put the the fact that other people made threats or whatever, how they would attribute that to Mr. Williams. I have no earthly understanding of any of that. That is crazy. I'm thinking right now, how could they make that that stretch? I don't think that gets them to a violation of his probation. It's just not warranted. It says the state's motion to revoke Mr. Williams' probation then lists direct threats and attached exhibits. Again, this allegation did not allege any act attributed to Mr. Williams to support a violation of the probationary sentence. The prosecution suspiciously alleges that Mr. Williams is conducting a calculated campaign of intimidation, harassment, and misinformation designed to undermine the legal process and other baseless assertions. These conclusions do not support a motion to revoke Mr. Williams' probationary sentence, and a and the remainder of the state's motion to revoke probation it I'm sorry is argument without any substance to allege an illegal or unlawful act conducted by Mr. Williams. For as a revocation of Mr. Williams' probation involved the loss of liberty, which is a serious deprivation. Case law. Therefore, Mr. Williams is entitled to due process of law. Case law says this honorable court may not revoke any part of Mr. Williams' probation unless Mr. Williams admits the violations as alleged in the state's April 2nd, 2025 motion to revoke probation, or unless the evidence produced at the revocation hearing establishes by preponderance of the evidence the violations alleged. See case law. In the case at bar, in the light most favorable to the prosecution's motion to revoke probation, Mr. Williams can admit to all of the allegations alleged and still not have violated any term of his probationary sentence. Thus, the state's motion to revoke probation is deficient. Therefore, Mr. Williams asks this honorable court to deny the state's motion to revoke probation without a hearing. If a hearing is needed, Mr. Williams will be prepared. Wherefore, Mr. Williams respectfully requests this honorable court to order that the motion to revoke probation is denied. 3rd day of April. Brian Steele. Bri. Lord have mercy. Sylvia, oh my gosh, girl. Okay. And I already told y'all this, but y'all, well, didn't I tell y'all that they are working on getting every um, they working on getting arresting every damn body. They're working on arresting and getting everybody out off the damn streets. This is crazy. All right, so your girl Paige YSL Whitaker, just they call her now. This is her order, and this came down 3:55. I was telling Thugger Daily at about 4:11 or 4 something like that. Because I was in the system, and it came out. So I'm like, oh, it done. Oh, I'm like, well, damn, yeah. But I don't know. It might have been earlier than 4:11. It hit. You see, it hit 3:55. It says, order continuing defendant on probation. Upon consideration of the state's April 2nd, 2025 motion to revoke defendant's probation, which alleges a violation of the terms and conditions of defendant's probation for having posted a picture of a particular law enforcement officer with the caption, biggest liar in the DA's office, and defendant's April 3rd, 2025 response thereto, and having reviewed the terms and conditions of defendant's probation imposed by this court, the court declines to revoke defendant's probation based on the violation asserted. So ordered the third day of 2025. This YSL Honorable Paige Reese Whitaker. Okay? Stop playing with it. Now clock it. Oh, Marquand, they was trying to revoke Young Thug's probation, right? Because he had reposted a picture of one of the investigators in his case. I think she's testifying in another case or something that has something to do with YSL or something, I believe. And he reposted it and said the biggest liar in the DA's office, and he made another comment, and the state picked up on it, and they wanted his probation revoked. I wonder if I might be able to go in there and get a copy of his probation, what he can and cannot endure. I might do that while we move on to yet another rapper. Maybe they're trying to get him out here now. Um, I'm gonna take a look at Yella Beezy. Yella Beezy was accused of having something to do with the murder of Mo3 from Dallas. And then there's also Tay-K, right? He's been locked up for a minute. And I think he was like a young boy or something. I think that, if I'm not mistaken, that is the rapper that went on a run for a couple of days or something, whatever, and then turned himself in or something like that with some murder. They getting them all. You hear me? They getting them. Boy, boy, boy. Mm-mm. Now, I don't know. I have a timeline. Let me do this timeline. Let me see this timeline is up. Let me read this timeline while I'm in the mood for reading. Let me do this case next. That way, I can set it on cruise control. Hold on. You're my little sea. He's about 3 days in on his case. I told people when their head be pushed in the back. Watch them kids. Right, Marklin. It's not what they were looking to see if it was a violation of his probation, and no, and it's so unfortunate that I can't say that. I have a love hate relationship with Georgia for several reasons, and just say this: areas like Georgia and a few other states, if you look at the way their paperwork is written, the way they handle cases, and some other factors, you can tell that those are the states that will allow lawyers like me to practice there. But what I mean is, so pretty much like probably other states who set the bar kind of high for their um, criminal processing and things, right? Would not even try to have put in a motion to revoke somebody's probation on that. Like, like, are you serious? Granted, the proper response would have probably been to like work with his probation officer or something like that to stop him from, inciting, because we got crazy, that be on the internet and probably um like take down the post and just like just give him a warning or something. That's not huh? Can't revoke nobody's probation on nothing like that. Like, you gotta be serious. What? I mean, that's totally weird. But when you look at the just different states, just go with it. Different states, their level of competency and their level of seriousness when it comes to being the authoritarians in the law is very, 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 very mm, it's just they just like they on the homegirl homeboy system, if you know what I mean, right? Even through their writings, whatever. I mean, that wasn't even petty. That was unnecessary. That was seem like they improperly used the law. They didn't understand his probation. That's what it seems as if. Because I got to go in there and I'll go look and see if I can find what he can and cannot do. But it seems as if they don't understand his probation. Because just because he says something and someone, take it and run with it, act like a damn fool, and that she wasn't supposed to be seen when she was on the stand, when that case was ongoing, that type of stuff. I don't know if that's the request now, and I don't know. But it looks to me, I don't know if her face was covered or not, or when it got covered. I don't know if the state covered it on just for this particular post or not. To put in there as their use as their exhibit. I'm not sure. But what I do know is that it doesn't amount to no goddamn violation. But even if it did, then yeah, fine. This is the route. But if they were concerned about her safety, oh yeah, If they was concerned about her safety, what about security? Apparently, she may be one of those people who do um, undercover and whatever, whatever her investigative services and skills are. It may be good if her face is covered, or maybe better, or what have you, depending on what she's doing. So, other than that, girl, get secured and call it a day, child. But my thing is, that's the prosecutors just wanting to get. They feel like they lost, and they just want to get him on something or whatever. You know, I don't know how active he's been on the internet. I know when he got out, he was, talking about asking his lawyers to get him off probation and stuff like that. I don't know if that is something that could have annoyed them. So I don't know how active he's been on social media. But that what they child by, and keep in mind, I haven't been over none any of this. I'm going over with you guys. I don't know nothing. What's up, Beaver? So this is Tay-K. That's Tay-K. I don't know if you guys know him. I don't know if he looks familiar to you guys. All I can tell you is when your head is pushed in the back like that, usually something is wrong with you. I'm just telling you. So, listen, it says, I have a timeline here. It says, all developments ahead of Texas rappers Tay-K's capital murder trial in Bexar County. He in Texas too. Yella Beezy is in Texas as well. It says Tamar McIntyre gained notoriety with the release of a 2017 music video where he posed with his wanted poster. San Antonio. Tamar McIntyre, also known as rapper Tay-K, is set to stand trial on Tuesday after being accused of the 2017 murder of Mark Anthony Saldivar in Bexar County. McIntyre has been tied to numerous crimes across Texas and gained notoriety with the release of the 2017 music video, The Race, where he posed with his own wanted poster. Um, so they're saying 2016, Ethan Walker, 21, was killed in a home invasion. March 27, 2017, days later, certification hearings. McIntyre was out in the Acre Monitor and fled to Dallas County. Okay. So what I'll do is I'll add this on the wall. Uh, yeah, and I'll add you, but I'll just play a little bit of the opening. I'll play the opening to a certain point. That way we can get an understanding of what's going on in this case, because I don't know nothing about none of the people that they said he killed had something to do with his murder, their murders. This is crazy. Okay, ain't gonna be. I'm gonna be the rapper. I'm gonna be rapping, cause ain't gonna be no rappers. Y'all don't have to, y'all don't have to listen to me rap, cause this is crazy. They getting them up off these streets. I mean, they are going through California, Texas, like it ain't nothing. You getting up out of here. Like, my gosh. Okay, here we go. Let's take it. This would be the opening. It should be anyway.
In New Jersey, the same day his song and music video, The Race, was released. Do the dash, then I go out the way. In this viral video, McIntyre raps about being on the run. It has since accumulated more than 250 million views on YouTube and at one point was even on the Billboard charts. While his fame rose, he would remain behind bars. He first did trial in Tarrant County, where he was convicted of murder in 2019 and sentenced to 55 years in prison. Months later, he was indicted in Saldivar's murder and was transferred to Bexar County. The trial was then delayed to the pandemic, but is now set to proceed. McIntyre has since hired two high-profile defense attorneys, Gerald Goldstein and John Hunter. And while in jail, he has also picked up 3 additional charges of having a prohibited substance or item in a correctional facility. Defense attorney Daniel De La Garza, who is not involved in this case but handles capital murder cases, explains that McIntyre's music video may be a key part of the trial.
That video, I think it may even be able to come in the guilt innocence portion, because evidence of flight is something that the prosecutors are always interested in. I think on this one, the video is the most significant thing to watch, the music video, and what portion of the trial it comes into, I think would be significant.
Also, despite it being a capital murder case, McIntyre is not facing the death penalty, and it's all because of the age when he committed the crime.
There's federal case law that says that when a criminal defendant is under 18 years of age, that the death penalty is not on the table. They're not eligible for it.
As for what we can expect for this potential trial, De La Garza says with experienced attorneys on both sides that it should be one to watch.
The state's assigned experienced prosecutors on the state side. The defense has 2 very experienced lawyers, and I'm sure that they will come up with a very creative defense. There's possibly going to be a lot of interest in it from people who aren't normally, in tune with what's going on in the legal system. So I think that should make for an interesting trial as well.
A jury will be selected on Monday, March 31st, with testimony to begin on Tuesday, April 1st. We will be live streaming this trial on all our digital media platforms from beginning to end. Erica Hernandez, KSAT 12 News.
No, may I test this for the Google report?
Sure.
Testing 1, 2, 3. Fine, okay.
Yes. We're ready.
Ready?
Yes.
All right, for the jury. Have a seat.
All right, everyone, please be seated. All right, ladies and gentlemen, sorry for the late start. What I'm going to do now is I'm going to give you the oath. I know you took an oath downstairs, but this is an oath for this specific case. So if you could raise your right hands for me, please. Do you and each of you solemnly swear that in the case of the state of Texas versus Tamar McIntyre, you will a true verdict render according to the law and the evidence, so help you God? All right, you can lower your hand. State, are you ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, you may proceed.
True bill of indictment. In the name and by the authority of the state of Texas, the grand jury of Bexar County, state of Texas, duly organized and paneled and sworn as such at the November term AD 2019 of the 187th Judicial District Court of said county, in said court, at said term, do present in and to said court that in the county and state aforesaid and anterior to the presentment of this indictment, on or about the 23rd day of April 2017, Tamar McIntyre, herein referred to as defendant, did intentionally cause the death of an individual, namely Mark Anthony Saldivar, herein referred to as complainant, by shooting the complainant with a deadly weapon, namely a firearm, and the defendant was in the course of committing or attempting to commit the offense of robbery of Mark Anthony Saldivar against the peace and dignity of the state.
Right, to the indictment, how do you plead?
Not guilty, Your Honor.
All right, you may be seated. State, do you have any opening statements?
Yes, Your Honor.
You may proceed.
Please support.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to take you back to April 23rd, 2017, when Lucy Salvador woke up that morning. She did not realize it was going to be the last day she talked to her son, Mark Salvador, or saw him alive. She spoke to him that day in the afternoon at the house, and Mark was excited. He had a rapper that contacted him about doing a photo shoot. Tamar McIntyre, or Tay-K 47, or Tay-K, here in San Antonio, Texas. He was excited. His passion was photography. His passion was taking photographs and wanted to make that his career. He was young. He was just 20 years old. Tamar McIntyre was almost 17 years old. He was an up-and-coming rapper that contacted Mark about this photo shoot. And when Tamar came over to pick up Mark from his house, at his mother's house, Mark went outside with his backpack and his camera, very definable white type camera, ran off to this car down the street, a black Kia. Little did he know he was getting into that car, and then we'd be falling off that car later on, shot by this individual that's sitting right over there. When he got to that car, he got in the back passenger seat. It's a four-door Kia. Tamar McIntyre was in the front passenger seat. Joanna Reyes was driving the vehicle. A good buddy of Tay-K's was in the back seat and scooted over to the middle, Jalen Bell. And then also there was a Jeremiah Rodriguez in the back seat. When they drove away, they proceeded over to 410 and McCullough. across the street from North Star Mall here in San Antonio, Texas. When they were at the intersection, an altercation began at that point. This man right over here pulled out a gun and turned around and started hitting with fist and also with the gun, telling him, give me your stuff, give me your stuff, give me that backpack. They're wrestling for the backpack. At that point, Jalen Bell also wants to get involved in this. He's a bigger guy, a lot bigger than Tay-K. He's in that back seat with Mark. They start beating him and trying to take away his backpack. His passion is in that backpack. His photography, his career. Tay-K gets that backpack away from him. Jalen Bell is still hitting and kicking and pushing Mark. They're at a stoplight. There are people parked around them at that stoplight, witnessing what's going on. Because this happened at 5 o'clock on a Sunday in broad daylight. At some point, Mark gets kicked out of the car. They slam that back door. They won't let him back in the car. Help! 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 He's yelling. What he loved is in that car, his camera. Give me my things! Give me my things! He knows the light's about to turn green. He's frantic. He runs to the front. He jumps on the hood. One of the biggest mistakes of his life, or rather, the last part of his life. Joanna Reyes is driving that vehicle. The light turns green. They drive through that stoplight. It's a Sunday afternoon. Right across the street or highway from North Star Mall, there's a Chick-fil-A. Chick-fil-A is closed on Sundays. They pull into that Chick-fil-A parking lot. She slams on the brakes. Mark sort of stands up. Looks like he's stomping on the windshield. But then that car jerks and he falls. You'll see that passenger door open up, the front passenger door open up, where this man over here was sitting with that gun. He leans out. He shoots Mark through the shoulder, goes across his body, exits out of a little bit out of his lower back. He falls to the ground. The car reverses and takes off from the scene. You'll see several people run up and try to help Mark. But that bullet crossed his body. It hit his spine, his both lungs. If he would have been on the best medical gurney in the world, he wouldn't have survived that shot. He dies in that parking lot that day. As Tay-K and his friends drive off. They don't go to the cops. They don't call the cops. They run away. That's not the end of the story. Because that car was found less than a mile away, abandoned at a Mexican food restaurant. There's evidence there that Tay-K was there, that Jalen Bell was there, that Jeremiah Rodriguez was there, and Joanna Reyes was there. Doesn't end there. Tay-K and Jalen take off. They run. They get out of town. Jalen is caught in Dallas. Tamor is caught in New Jersey. Nobody called the cops. Nobody said anything at that point of helping Mark Salvador. A promising career, possibly photography, a difficult field of photography. You take chances. You do things for nothing. That's what he wanted. He had a chance that day to take some photographs of an up-and-coming rapper that had his career on the horizon, possibly. or wanted it to be that career of a rapper. But instead, that particular day, he chose to take a life of an individual, Mark Salvador. That's what we will bring to you, and evidence will show that Tamor McIntyre committed capital murder on April 23rd, 2017. Thank you.
All right, you may proceed.
May it please the court, opposing counsel, ladies and gentlemen. Assumptions and the general guesswork that is attendant to the story that the prosecution just laid out for you should be of deep and troubling concern. There's no dispute that Mark was killed. There's no dispute that he was shot. There's no dispute that there was an altercation in that car. But virtually everything else that the prosecution has laid out for you is going to be told to you through either people who are making a wild guess based upon very, very small fragments of information, the bystanders, for example, on the highway, on the access road where this altercation took place, or it's going to come from people who were in the car. And I want us to stop and consider what that really means in a case like this. Mr. McIntyre is accused of capital murder. You heard yesterday extensive discussion about something called the law of parties, which is the idea that if you are assisting someone in the commission of a crime, either before it happens, while it's going on, or after the fact, you are culpable just the same as the individual who pulled the trigger, the individual who decided to take a life. That's going to be the backbone of this case, is everybody in that car pointing their finger at someone other than themselves. And the state paid to get that information developed, not with money, not with a normal kind of a transaction, but with something that is the most valuable thing a person can trade with, their freedom. That's the issue in this case. What exactly caused there to be a fight in this car and who that fight was with is all going to come from people that were occupants of the vehicle and, according to the state's theory of this, participants in what took place. As far as who struck first, what the argument was about, all of that's going to come from the other occupants of that vehicle who have a vested interest in making sure that it doesn't land back on them. The facts and circumstances about where people are seated, who fired the gun, why the gun was fired, all of those are similarly going to come from people with a vested interest in making sure that it doesn't come back on them. And ultimately, all of those things tied together, the way in which this case becomes a charged capital murder against Tamor McIntyre has been spun from the detective's lips to these witnesses' ears and about to be regurgitated back to you just the way the state wanted it, the state paid for it, and the state packaged it. That should be taken with an exceptional amount of scrutiny. And the law in Texas acknowledges that. I expect, after you've heard all the evidence in this case, that you will be charged on something called the accomplice witness rule, which tells you that in Texas, the law requires that the state provide corroborative evidence other than the testimony of an accomplice or a co-conspirator in order to establish guilt. And it is not alone sufficient to convict that corroborative evidence simply prove that a crime occurred. And what the state's going to try and do, I anticipate, is to stack accomplice on top of accomplice on top of accomplice to try and convince you all that that's sufficient to corroborate the offense. Don't let them do it. That's not how the law works. And you all would have to take each of those accomplices as being inherently suspect and recognize that they can't corroborate each other. And what we're left with at the end of that is going to be the actions of law enforcement investigating this case, which, as my colleague, Mr. Goldstein, will explain to you in a moment, were subpar, suboptimal, and not acceptable, especially when we have this kind of a case on the line. The investigation done here was half-hearted, lazy, negligent, dilatory, and ultimately was substituted by reliance on these accomplices as the proof in the pudding, as it were, that a crime was committed. You're also going to hear some evidence about the aspect of the case Mr. Garahan described to you, which is that Mr. Saldivar got on the hood of the car after some altercation took place in the vehicle. That is to say, there will be people that testify who were just on the roadside, that in broad daylight on a Sunday, there was some kind of an altercation in that car. Accounts will differ. Some people describe the individual as an African-American man, young. Some will describe that individual as having a pistol. Some didn't see one. Some will describe that individual as being a Hispanic young man. Some will say that the Hispanic young man had a gun. Some don't. All of those things, I think we have to understand, just are what they are. This happened in the flash of an eye. It happened in a place where you don't normally expect to see something like that. We're talking about Chick-fil-A over on the north side of town across from North Star Mall. Not your normal 5 o'clock Sunday activity. And what they saw is what little piece of this overall story they saw. But what seems to be consistently accepted, at least by the lead detective on the case at the end, as he synthesizes all of these little snippets of observation, is that Mark Anthony Saldivar got out of the vehicle, proceeded to argue with the occupants of the vehicle while inside, they're still inside, and then jumped onto the hood of the car and began stomping the windshield of that car. And you'll see the windshield of that car caved in as the result of that activity. You can see where his foot came through, and you can see the rest of it coming through with it. And it is in that context that gunshots are fired. It is in that context that Mr. Saldivar loses his life. We talked yesterday about self-defense. We talked about defensive property. We talked about provoking the difficulty. So fundamentally, I want you to keep those principles in the back of your head, because however these cooperators, these accomplices, decide to paint and shade this version of the story on this occasion, and there have been several, the bottom line is that the things that happened while everyone was in that car had dissipated. And I think a great many of us, confronted with an altercation inside of a vehicle like that, would have walked away. But that's not what happened here. Now, the state's going to try and maintain that the reason why Mark Anthony Saldivar didn't walk away is because his camera equipment was inside. But you'll hear testimony from one of the cooperating co-defendants, one of the accomplices, that the photo shoot that he just described had been called off and that they were just giving this guy a ride. Any evidence that you do hear about a camera, about a backpack, about property of Mr. Saldivar being taken is going to come from these cooperators. There's no camera recovered in this case. There's not going to be an Exhibit 15, the camera of the deceased. You're not going to see money taken out of the deceased's wallet. The fact that those objects even exist is something that has to be speculated and guessed upon. And then ultimately, the only place you're going to hear it as evidence is from these accomplices. So fundamentally, the state can't prove that this was not a justified homicide. The state cannot prove that Mr. McIntyre was the shooter in this controversy. The state can't prove that there was a robbery, either intended or executed or attempted. Those things are all coming from people with an absolute vested interest to accomplish it. And so, no matter how the charge is broken up for you, I think that there is no question that the state will not be able to meet its burden to establish proof beyond a reasonable doubt of capital murder, and far less question that they'll be able to establish even basic, fundamental first-degree murder. Those are the things that you all are confronted with. I'm going to turn it over now for just a moment to Mr. Goldstein, who's specifically going to talk to you a little bit more about the nature of the investigation in this case, and fundamentally why, as jurors, as you are assessing the evidence in light of your duty to presume Mr. McIntyre innocent, that the investigation in this case should be criticized, and you all should not be filling in the gaps for the police. I want to thank you all for your time. I urge you to listen to the evidence carefully. I know you will reach the correct verdict.
May it please the court, able counsel, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, it's the next one.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, this case is old. The evidence is old. It occurred in 2017, 7 years ago. Speaking of old, I'm 81. I'm probably the oldest person in this room, and that's why I need notes and why counsel come over and coddle me every once in a while. I've been sitting here listening to the able lawyers in this room speak to you. That's primarily going to be my job. I haven't said much to y'all or anyone up until this time, and I'm probably not going to say a lot during the trial. I'm going to be like y'all. I'm going to be watching it. I do think it's important that you understand that while you're listening to the evidence, that these are good lawyers on the other side. Just as I know ours are very capable lawyers. I respect them. I respect this court. I respect our judicial system. 2.5 centuries. I mean, it goes back to ancient time. There's some magic in the number 12 when you listen to evidence. And I think almost every lawyer that's done this, I've been doing it 57 years, will agree. You come to the right result. I'm always, each one of y'all might not use the same tools. Each one of y'all might not come from the same place. Each one of you bring your own experience to this room. It must be your individual decision, guilt or innocence. You should deliberate, you should listen to the other jurors when that time comes at the end of this case. But it has to be your individual decision. Let me suggest to you that this adversary process involves a lot of things. As we listen to this evidence, there's going to be disputed evidence. You're going to hear two different sides. That's why we have jurors. You're going to have to make some decisions. Most of the evidence in this case is not in dispute. Most of it's not going to be contested. And you might think, well, why am I being subjected to all this? That's their job. Their job is to prove, if they can, each and every element of this offense beyond a reasonable doubt. That's the highest standard known to law. They will be, and they're going to be doing their job, and they have to prove each element, and therefore, don't think they're trying to bore you. That's their job. They have to prove it all up. So you're going to be listening to that evidence as we talk about evidence in this case. They get to go first and last, if you've noticed. There's a reason for that. They have that heavy burden of proving beyond a reasonable doubt. Therefore, we give them the chance to open and, at the end of the case, to close. They'll be the last you will hear from. The last evidence, the last argument. And that's as it should be. But we're kind of squeezed in the middle like a ham sandwich. I'm Jewish, so maybe it wouldn't be a ham sandwich, but it'll be a sandwich nevertheless. Let's say turkey sandwich. Some people have described me that way. There are some matters that are in dispute. And I want to warn you in advance, each side will vigorously present their evidence. There'll be objections. We may have disputes. We may offend each other on occasion. I hope not. I believe in the collegiality of fellow lawyers. Like I said, I respect these, but we're going to have some disputes. I may offend them from time to time. I may offend the judge on occasion. I may, God forbid, offend one of y'all. My hope is that if the lawyers should perchance offend you on occasion, hold that against the lawyers. Hold that against me. Tell me about it after this case is over with. Don't hold that against Tamar McIntyre, Tay-K. Please. That's not how our system works. Let's talk about the matters in dispute. Now, we'll do that briefly, Your Honor. Tamar McIntyre is charged with capital murder. And as you heard, what they've alleged is this was a murder committed during the course of a robbery or attempted robbery. But that extra part is when you heard all the questions being asked of you during jury selection. Everybody paid a lot of attention. It was because that's what's required to prove that offense. You have to prove both murder and that it was during the course of a robbery. And that's going to be an issue in the case. But let's talk about one of the disputed issues, the murder, the shooting. It is interesting in this case, what you will find is that there was only one spent shell casing found in the car. The black Kia that was owned by the state's key witness. That spent shell casing, when it was originally identified by the prosecution's technician, they identified it as a 40 millimeter shell. Later, another tech, or I'm not sure, but the technicians in the prosecutor's office, weeks, months later, re-examined the shell casing. Became important. And they decided it wasn't a 40 millimeter shell. It was a caliber shell, 40 caliber. It was a 9 millimeter shell. That casing, that spent shell casing, as most of you know, comes when you fire a projectile, a bullet, the shell casing remains behind. This one remained in the vehicle. 9 millimeter shell casing. While there was a mistake initially, that goes to all of our, when we watch all the AI and all the technical magic that we see on TV, mistakes are made. It may not be important in this case, but I think we can all agree now it's a 9 millimeter, not the 40 millimeter that they originally thought it was. That empty spent shell casing found in the black Kia that was located the night of April 23rd, 2017. So there was only one shell casing found. There was another bullet. It was a 350 caliber, 380. I've got my muzzle sniffer here to correct me. 380, that's not a derogatory comment. There was a 380 bullet, but it had not been fired. And that bullet was found in the seat where Tay-K allegedly was sitting that night. But the only spent shell casing, the only one that was fired that's found in the black Kia that night is a 9 millimeter spent shell casing. There was also only one weapon recovered in this case. It was a 9 millimeter Smith & Wesson, seized from the co-defendant that able counsel for the prosecution mentioned to you earlier, Jalen Bell. he had a 9mm Smith & Wesson, the same caliber. It was months later when he was arrested in Dallas-Fort Worth area. But it was the same caliber, the one weapon that has been seized, as the one shell casing that was found. Now, you've got one shell casing, 9mm, one weapon, 9mm, a Smith & Wesson. And you would think that the evidence would show that they compared them. That weapon sat for 7 years in evidence rooms between Fort Worth and San Antonio. Years here in our own evidence vault. No one ever tested them. No one ever compared them until John Hunter. He kind of looks like Harry Potter, doesn't he? Well, no offense, John. He was one of my best students, and he worked for me for a long time, so I think I have the right to make fun of him. He makes fun of me, too, and you'll probably hear about it. But here is the interesting part. No one ever compared them until he requested from this able prosecutor, who then located the weapon, and they had it tested by a technician, like the prosecution technician that mistook the .40 caliber that was actually a 9mm. And he says that that weapon, that 9mm spent shell casing, matched the weapon that had been sitting in evidence rooms for 7 years. You're going to hear, I believe, conflicting testimony. It's going to be brought to you, but it's not going to, we have to wait. Remember I told you, they get to go first and last, and we're kind of sandwiched. Well, the part of our sandwich is after their piece of bread that goes first. They get to go first. So please, it's like, you've all been to the movies and you see a trailer and you think, God, I'm going to like that movie. And you go see the movie and it's not nearly as good as the trailer. You think I wasted, when I was a kid here, I could go to the Majestic for 15 cents. It's a lot more expensive now, but even then I felt ripped off when I thought, geez, the only good part of that movie they showed me in the trailer. And I sat there for 2 hours or however long. Well, I'm going to ask you to wait to hear this conflicting evidence. It's worth the wait, folks. This is a movie worth waiting for. Additionally, and kind of almost more importantly, is that the state, after 7 years, finally asked Jalen Bell, this co-defendant, about the 9mm weapon that he had. He said, oh, no, that's not the weapon I had back in April of 2017. That was a different Smith & Wesson 9mm. Well, 7 years later, what are we supposed to do about that? Those are all interesting issues of evidence that I would suggest to you are questions that might cause you to have a doubt based upon reason. But that's your decision. When you make important decisions in your life, whether it's to buy an encyclopedia or a new car or a new house, you have to decide how to trust someone. And that's the next issue you're going to be confronted with. How do you decide whether you believe somebody or not? How do you? Well, we all have that instinctive. We look at people. We listen to them. We watch their demeanor. Are they the kind of person we want to believe? Will we buy an encyclopedia from them? Will we buy a car from them? We've made mistakes, all of us. In 81 years, I've made plenty of them. But I will tell you this. This is a time when you're going to have to make those decisions. And you look at the evidence, you look at the witness, and you have to make a decision. What would help you? What evidence would help you decide whether or not to believe someone? Well, is there something that corroborates it? They say they were in New Orleans on a particular day, and they've got a plane ticket to New Orleans. They've got a hotel room at some hotel in the French Quarter. Well, that doesn't say they were there, but at least it corroborates it to some extent. You also want to know, why would somebody tell a story like that when you're looking at this evidence if it's not the truth? Well, wouldn't you want to know what they said before? Wouldn't you want to know if they were paid something for their testimony? That'd be important to me. I mean, people could get paid with money. People can get paid with something more valuable than money. Their life and liberty. You're going to see that the state's key witness was paid mightily with her liberty. She was promised something, and she got it for her testimony that met the prosecution's theory of this case. I can't promise anybody anything. I can't pay them. Not with money, not with their liberty. That would be a crime. How can we call a system fair that allows only one side to pay for what they call the truth? Well, that's what you're going to have here. You're going to have to decide whether this witness is believable. I want you to watch them. Excuse me. I want you to watch them. See whether this is the kind of person who you want to put your trust in. And give some consideration to what they got paid for that testimony. What would someone say if it would mean facing a capital murder case or walking free today when they come into this court? How much is that worth? Is that worth telling the story that meets the theory of the prosecution? We leave this case. That's all right. I was hoping that San Fernando's bells would be ringing, but I'll settle for the tinkling. We're going to leave this in your hands. We picked y'all both sides because we trust you. They say use your common sense, use it. Listen to the lawyers. We don't give you evidence. Our arguments are not evidence. But I think I'm going to listen to them, and I want them and you to listen to me and to John. John's going to have the heavy load in this case. As well he should. But I'm going to be watching it like y'all are. We trust you will come to the right decision. All I ask, as the old man in the room, is that the next morning after we finish this case, you can look in the mirror and say, I did right. You can look in the mirror and say, the life and liberty of this young man was worth holding the prosecution to their burden. That's important. That, beyond a reasonable doubt, the 12 members of this jury is a time-honored tradition in this country. It's what sets us apart from every other country in the world. I take pride in what I do. So do they. And I hope you will. And when it's all said and done, you can look in the mirror the next morning, the day after, and say, I did right. I did right to myself, my family, and to young Tamar. We can ask for nothing more. Thank you.
All right, state call your first witness.
The state calls Ashley Wendale.
Could you raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear affirm the testimony you give will be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
All right, make sure you speak up so that members of the jurors can hear. You can lower your hand. State your name for the record, and if you could spell your last name, please.
Ashley Buentelo, Buentelloo.
Ms. Wendale, is it my witness, Judge?
Yes.
Ms. Wendale, there's a microphone in front of you, so I'm gonna ask you to use it because you're a little soft-spoken, okay?
This one?
No, the
Yes,
one
that one too, but can you put that one on your shirt? And then,
All right, and did you spell your name for the court reporter?
Yes.
Okay. How old are you currently?
I'm 28,
Okay, and what city do you currently live in?
San Antonio, Texas.
And how long have you lived in San Antonio, Texas?
My whole life.
Sorry, I'm gonna reposition because I'm having
Okay.
a hard time hearing you. If you could just move a little closer and speak into it.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay, so how old are you again?
28,
Okay, and what city do you currently live in?
San Antonio.
Okay, and how long have you lived in San Antonio?
My whole life.
Okay, what school did you attend in San Antonio?
Linear.
Linear High School?
Linear High School, yes.
I still cannot hear the witness's answers.
All right, so you will need to lower your mask, please, so that everyone.
Well, or at least bring the microphone
No.
up.
All right. And just make sure you speak
Okay.
loud.
Sorry, I'm gonna ask you to lean into the microphone, okay?
This one?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. So how old are you?
28,
There you go. What city do you currently live in?
San Antonio.
And how long have you lived in San Antonio?
My whole life.
Okay. And what high school did you attend in San Antonio?
Linear High School.
Okay. And do you work currently?
No, ma'am.
What do you do for
I'm a stay-at-home mom.
stay-at-home mom?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And why are you here today?
To talk about the events that happened in 2017.
Okay. So I'm going to turn you back to that day, April 23rd, 2017.
Mhm.
Do you recall who you were with that day?
Yes, ma'am. I was with family members. I was with my tios, my husband, and my grandma,
Okay. And so what's your grandma's name?
Jane Arias,
Okay. And what are your deal's names?
Paul Caballero, and Ernest Reyes,
Okay. And your husband, what is his name?
Raul Quintero.
The honor that a juror has raised their hand.
Yes.
What's the teal?
Oh, I'm so sorry. So here's the thing. As jurors, you're not allowed to act. No, it's fine. Sometimes, we don't know. So jurors, you're not allowed to ask questions. If you're not allowed to hear what a witness is saying, raise your hand and let us know. But the state and the defense, they are the persons who will be asking the questions. And if there's a question that you would like a witness to have been asked, you will just have to go with the questions that both sides have asked. All right, you may continue.
Okay. And when you say feel, what does that mean?
He's my tio,
Like your uncle?
my uncle. Yes.
Okay. And can you just say briefly how you're related to them?
He's my mom's brother, and that's my mom's mom.
Okay. And so what were you all doing on that day? Do you recall?
Yes, we were getting stuff ready for my grandma's upcoming birthday party that we were planning.
Okay. And were you traveling in a car?
Yes,
Do you recall what kind of car that was?
we were in a red Chrysler.
Okay. And Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes.
So I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibits
Okay.
1 and State's Exhibit number 2. Have you seen these photos before?
Yes, ma'am.
And are they a fair and accurate depiction of the objects that are contained within on the day of the offense?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Your Honor, I'm contender to defense for inspection and State offers States 1 and 2.
I'm so sorry, Kate. I can barely hear what she's saying. What did she say? No objection.
All right, State's Exhibits 1 and 2 are admitted without objection.
What may we publish, Your Honor?
Yes.
All right, now I'm going to show you what's been entered into evidence as State's Exhibit number 1. And you've just had an opportunity to look at that, but is that the red Chrysler that you were traveling in?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and can you tell me who's in the driver's seat?
That is my uncle Ernest.
Okay, and who's in the back seat right there?
Down is gonna be my grandma.
Okay. And in State's Exhibit number 2, can you tell me who's contained in that photo?
That is Paul. He was in the front, and that is my husband, Raul.
Okay, so just for clarity, in the front passenger seat, who was sitting there?
Paul.
Okay, and then in the back, directly behind that, who was sitting there?
It's Raul, and then me in the middle, and my daughter on my lap.
Okay, thank you very much. And so you guys were traveling in the car, and ultimately, did you guys end up at the light at McCullough on 410 Access?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and when you pulled up, do you recall what color the light was?
We came to a red light.
Okay, and was there cars in front of you and behind you?
Yes.
Okay, and so at some point, did somebody get your attention?
Yes, there was a woman who came up to us because our gas tank was open, the lid.
Okay, and so when she informed you that the gas tank was open, what did the people in your car do?
Paul was the one who got off, and he went to go and close it. And then she informed us that the vehicle
Objection,
behind.
hearsay, confrontation.
All right, that objection will be sustained.
Okay,
Hearsay.
thank you, Judge. So you can't say what the lady told you, but so you said Paul got out and closed the gas tank, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, do you recall what kind of vehicle was behind your red Chrysler?
It was a black 4-door vehicle. I'm not sure what.
Okay, and at some point, did your attention turn to that vehicle?
Yes.
Okay, and why is that?
Because there was a altercation that was going on, and
Okay.
so we all turned to look what was going on.
Okay, can you please describe to the jury what you observed when you turned around to look inside of that car?
When I turned to look around, I did see McIntyre in the passenger side.
Your Honor, I'm going to object. Can we approach?
Yes.
Okay, Ms. Winfield, and how do you know that the person that was in the front passenger seat name is McIntyre?
After like when they ended up catching him, I guess, like the news.
All right,
Move
so-
my objection, Your Honor.
Your objection is sustained. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you disregard her answer with the name McIntyre in it. Does everyone understand? So you're to disregard the question and you're to disregard the answer.
Your Honor, we would respectfully move for mistrial.
That will be denied. You may proceed.
Thank you, Judge. So can you, without naming the person,
Okay.
can you describe what the person in the front passenger seat looked like?
He was a black male.
Okay. And the person that was driving the vehicle, do you recall what they looked like?
She was a white female with blonde hair.
Okay. And so when you turn around and you look in that black four-door, what did you observe going on in that black motor vehicle?
There was a Mexican that was sitting in the back, getting beat up on by the people that were in the front and in the back, sitting with him.
Okay, and so when you say the Mexican boy that was sitting in the back seat was being beat up on, who was exactly beating up on him?
Just the two guys, the black male in the front and then also the one in the back.
Okay, and did you see anything in the hands of the black male in the front?
Yes,
What did he have in his hands?
it was a handgun, a black handgun.
Okay, and where was that pointed at?
He was also using it to hit him.
Okay, so it was being used to strike the person in the back seat, is that correct?
Mhm.
Okay, and so the person in the back seat that was being struck, eventually what happened with that person?
He somehow ended up getting out of the vehicle, and we had thought that was it, but he ended up getting on top of the vehicle after.
Okay, and so when the light turned green, what did your car do?
We ended up taking the right that was right there because with the gun situation, we had my daughter, so we ended up turning to safety, and they ended up going straight.
Okay. Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
So I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 3, and you've reviewed this before, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you're familiar with the area where this occurred, right?
Mhm.
And so this is a fair and accurate depiction of the location, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and I'm tendering to defense for inspection.
No objection.
All right, State's Exhibit number 3.
Yes, Your Honor.
State's Exhibit number 3 is admitted without objection.
Thank you. Okay, Ms. Flindale, and so, can you see that okay up there?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and so you see where I'm pointing at, and that's McCullough Avenue, correct?
Mhm.
And so, where I'm pointing at right here, is that where your vehicle was stopped at the red light?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and so earlier, you said that your vehicle took a right, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and so that would have been traveling a right down McCullough
Mhm.
Avenue? Okay, and so then where did your vehicle go from there?
We ended up turning to the left into the shopping centers that are right there.
Right in here?
Yes.
Okay, and so when you turned into the shopping center, what did you hear? Did you hear anything at that point?
We heard one gunshot.
Okay, and after you heard the gunshot, did you see anything associated with the Chick-fil-A?
We saw the black vehicle speeding off.
Okay, and is that the same black vehicle that was behind you?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and is that the same black vehicle where the Mexican boy got on the hood of the car?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and you said you observed it speeding off?
Yes, we had saw it taking a left that way, and we were coming from this side.
Okay, so you're right here, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and you're saying you see that black Kia come out through here and take a left, is that correct?
Yes, speeding off. Mhm.
Okay. And so once you see that, what do you and people in your car do?
I mean, once we heard the gunshot, we were just like talking about it, and then passing the Chick-fil-A, we ended up seeing him rolling on the ground.
And when you say him rolling on the ground,
The
what are you
Mexican.
referring to?
The Mexican?
The Mexican boy that was on the hood?
Yes.
Okay. And so when you see him rolling on the ground, then what do you do?
We got off the vehicle. Me, Paul, and Raul, and we ran to him.
Okay. And when you observed him, the Mexican boy that was laying in the Chick-fil-A parking lot, that's the same person that you observed in the black Kia getting beat up on.
Yes,
Is that
ma'am.
correct?
Mhm.
Okay. And so when you observed him, did you notice if he had any injuries?
He had a big bump on his forehead.
Okay. And did you make contact with officers on that day?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And did you provide a verbal statement to the officers on the scene?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And we passed the witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, ma'am. How are you?
I'm okay.
I just have a few questions for you.
Okay.
The first is, did you meet with the prosecutors at all in preparation for your testimony here today?
Like 2 weeks ago.
Okay. You met with the lawyers themselves or with the advocate, or do you remember?
With her.
With Ms. Galloway?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you review anything in anticipation of your testimony?
Just everything that happened, like from the cameras.
You reviewed your previous statement?
Mhm.
Okay. And so you were standing outside the Chick-fil-A when you gave that statement to police, right?
Yes, ma'am. I mean, yes, sir.
And you recall you were explaining to the officer several things that you had learned from other people in the parking lot and who were waiting for police to arrive. Do you remember that part of your statement? You don't remember the officer telling you to only tell him what you personally saw?
Oh, yes, yes.
That happened, right?
Mhm.
So by the time you spoke to the police, you had already spoken to several other witnesses to the incident, correct?
No, just the people I was with.
Okay, so you had talked amongst yourself.
Yes.
And how many people were in the car?
5 of us.
Okay, and what seat were you in?
I was in the middle and the back.
You were in the middle and the back.
Mhm.
Okay, so you didn't see the altercation first. Who saw it first in your car?
Paul. He was
the driver?
No, he was the one who got out to close the
The gas tank?
yes.
Okay, so he got out and closed the gas tank, comes back into the car and says, there's some people fighting in the car behind us. Is that basically it?
Yes.
Okay, and that's what prompted you all to turn around.
Mhm.
Do you know how long roughly that light that you all were parked at lasted?
It was a good minute.
Okay, minute, couple minutes, something like that?
Yeah.
Okay, so what you saw happened very quickly.
Yes.
Okay, and is there tinting on that car? It looks like it from the photographs they showed.
On our car?
On your car, yes. ma'am.
No.
There's no tinting at all?
No, not like out the back window.
Uh-huh.
Maybe the sides, maybe, but not out the back.
Okay. And you're looking at the car directly behind you?
Yes, there's the car right behind me.
Okay. Is it parked like bumper to bumper? Is it parked back a car length? But how far from your back bumper would that car have been stationed?
The very next car, like
Okay.
waiting for the red light.
And you were watching for the whole time that the light was red?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you had someone in your lap, right?
Yes.
Okay. And so when you say that you're watching it, are you talking about craning your neck, or are you talking about you repositioned your entire body so that you're looking that direction?
Yeah, I'm looking back, like.
Okay, but basically, your belly button's still facing forward. You're looking back this way?
No, I like turned. I was able to turn.
So more like kind of a side view.
Yeah.
Okay. And there were how many people did you say in the vehicle?
Well, 6 including my daughter, but it's 5 of us.
Okay. Fair to say that there are obviously things in that car that block a full view of everything going on in the car. You agree with that, right?
Like,
Well, there are 2 seats in the front part of the car, right?
Mhm.
There's a driver's seat and there's a front passenger seat.
Mhm.
And there are people occupying those seats, right?
Yes.
You can't see through the people or the seats, right?
No.
And so you can't see the parts of what's going on in that car that are obstructed by those seats and those people, correct?
You're talking about the vehicle behind us?
I'm talking about in the vehicle behind you, when you're looking into that vehicle, you
Mhm.
can't see what's obstructed by the front passengers and the front seats, right?
Well, you can because the Mexican was sitting right in the middle. So like, given those two that were in the front, you were able to see what was going on in the middle.
You can see what's going on in the middle. You can't see what's going on either side of the middle, though. You agree with that?
Yeah.
Okay. And so you can't say definitively who had a gun and who didn't have a gun amongst all the people in the car, right?
The only one I saw was the one in the front.
But there's something about what you testified to today that you want to convey that there weren't other guns, right?
Not that I know of.
Okay. And you don't know who pulled the gun first, right?
No.
The altercation had already started when it was brought to your attention that it was happening, right?
Yes.
They were mid-fight when you looked at it.
Yes.
Okay. And you said that the Mexican man got out of the vehicle, right?
Mhm.
And he continued to, I guess, argue, verbally gesture with the people that were still in the car?
I mean, he got out. He kind of like made a run for it, but they had already closed the door. And as soon as the lights had turned green, he was on top. I'm not sure. Like, we didn't have the windows down to hear what was going on.
And you didn't see how he got on top?
No. Well, yeah, he just jumped up on front.
Okay, so you saw him jump on top
Yes.
of the hood of the car? Okay. So, did you see him crawl over anybody as he exited the car?
No.
Okay, you just saw him exit the car?
We just saw him exit the vehicle.
Okay. And you saw him stomping on the windshield?
No, we didn't see that part.
By that point, the light had turned green, right?
Yeah.
And so cars were beginning to move,
Mhm.
right? I'm sorry, ma'am. Yes,
Yes.
or no?
Yes.
So your vantage point is at that point changing as your car is moving and their car is moving, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you didn't actually see the gunshot, you just heard it, correct?
We just heard it. Yes.
By that point, you're parked further over towards the music store
Mhm.
and not in the Chick-fil-A parking lot proper, correct?
Yeah, we weren't parked. We were driving because we had just turned in there just to turn in there to get
Okay.
away from all of that.
So you're driving away from all of it and you hear a gunshot just in the car?
Yes.
Okay. Pass the witness.
No further questions, Judge.
All right, is this witness excused or subject for recall?
Excused by the state.
Excused by the defense, Your Honor.
All right, the rule has been revoked. What that means is you're not allowed to watch anything about this trial. And you're not allowed to discuss your testimony with anyone. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, make sure you be quick. And you are excused.
Back up.
State, call your next witness.
This is state calls Paul Caballero.
All right, well, you can have a quick video. If you put that little mic on your shirt so you can quote from it. Now, can you raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you give will be the truth and nothing but the truth so help you God?
Yes.
All right, you can lower your hand. Make sure you keep your voice up so that the jurors can hear. If you'll state your name for the record and spell your last name, please.
Paul Caballero, last name Caballero.
State.
Thank you, Ron. Mr. Caballero, well, one, nice to see you again. I've seen you a few times for this case, is that right?
Yes,
And we met here in the courthouse, is that right?
yes,
And I'd like to go ahead and jump right in and ask you if you remember that day back in April of 2017, on the 23rd of April to be exact. You remember that day?
yes,
And speaking about that day, were you in a vehicle that day with some of your friends and family?
Yes.
And do you remember where that vehicle was located on the road in San Antonio?
Yes. We were on 410 and Hello.
I'm sorry, what?
410 and Hello. Sorry, I started sometimes.
No problem. No problem. If you don't mind, that first mic that's in front of you, just make sure you speak into there so people can hear you, okay?
Okay.
I'm a little hard of hearing, so just bear with me. But one, what do you remember what type of vehicle that was that y'all were driving at, or rather that you were riding in that day?
Yes, we had a red Chrysler 200.
And got me out, Coach?
Yes.
I'm going to show you some items that have already been entered into evidence. State Exhibit number 1 and State Exhibit number 2. Are you familiar with those?
Yes.
And are those photos of that Chrysler that y'all were in that day?
Yes.
And does it also show individuals that you know in those photos?
Yes.
And if in State Exhibit number 1, can you identify the individual that's driving the vehicle?
Yes. Ernest.
Ernest.
Partner.
Thank you. And then who do you see somebody in the back seat there?
Yes, his mom.
His mom. And what's her name?
Janie Reyes.
And in State Exhibit number 2, can you identify the person standing there?
Yeah, that's me.
That's you. Okay. And then is there anybody in the back seat that you can see or identify?
Yes, Ashley and Raul and her baby.
And her baby. I guess you can see the top of the little baby's head there.
Yes.
Okay. So in addition to you and Ernest, which was the driver, is that correct?
Yes.
And do you remember where you were sitting that day? Were you sitting in the front passenger seat or the back passenger seats?
And the front passenger seat.
Front passenger seat. So next to the driver.
Yes.
Okay. And then is that where Raul was in State Exhibit number 2? Is that where he was seated at the time?
Yes.
And also Ashley and the baby?
Yes.
And then, of course, we got Janie Reyes sitting all the way to the left in the rear.
Yes.
Okay. So this is accurate of how y'all were seated when y'all were at the intersection also?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Now, speaking of the intersection, I'm going to show you what's been marked State Exhibit number 3. And are you familiar with this map?
Yes.
In fact, have I shown you this map before?
Yes.
Okay. And so you've seen this map before. Can you point out on there where that intersection McCullough and 410 is?
I'm sorry. It's right there.
Right there. And then where was your vehicle at?
We were right here, behind the truck that was in front of us.
Behind a truck that was in front of y'all?
Yes.
So there was a truck in front of you and then your car?
Yes.
Okay. So on this overhead projector, there we go. I'm going to zoom in here. Now I'm going to point to where you pointed. You pointed to this vehicle right here.
Yes.
And that's, let me make sure. This is not a map from that day. Is that correct?
No.
I mean, some things have changed on this map, but generally this is how it looks.
Yes.
Because that's the main intersection. It hasn't really changed since 2017.
Projection speculation.
That'll be overruled. If you know the answer, you can answer.
I'm sorry. If you can repeat the question, please.
Sure. This intersection hasn't changed much since 2017.
think so.
The actual road, it hasn't moved.
Okay, yeah, no, the road's the same. I'm looking at this over here. Sorry.
Hey, bad question. I'll move on from that. But this is the intersection that we're speaking of, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you, like you stated just previously, that this vehicle right here is roughly where y'all were at that stoplight. Is that correct?
Yes.
And well, let me ask, when you stopped at that time at that light?
Yes.
And so, is it assumed that did y'all have a red light?
Yes.
And when you were at that light, did anything catch your attention?
Yes, there was a lady that was on the side that told me that my gas cap was open.
Your gas cap was open?
Yes.
And so you're at a stoplight, so what did you do?
Well, I exited the vehicle and put the cap back on.
And, you know, where was the cap in comparison?
It's on the passenger side.
Passenger side?
Yes.
So let me see if it's. Okay, so state exhibit number 2. I'll show it to you again. Is that the gas cap you're speaking of?
Yes, it is.
Okay. So it's on the passenger side. State exhibit number 2 here. So it zooms in, but I think we get the picture that there's the gas cap is right there. Is that correct?
Yes.
And this lady told you that the gas cap was open.
Yes.
And then you exited. So what did you do at that point?
Well, at that time, as I was putting on the gas cap, she did tell me that the car behind us.
Confrontation.
Sustained hearsay.
Thank you. I'll rephrase the question here. I'll ask you, well, let me ask you this. Did you ever replace that gas cap?
Yeah,
Did you close it?
I closed it, yes.
And after you closed the gas cap, what were your actions right after you closed the gas cap?
Well, the car behind us, I saw a gun. So at that time, I proceeded to get back in the vehicle and told my partner, as soon as that light turns green, for us to make a right to get out of that car sway that was behind us.
Well, let me back up a little bit.
Okay.
And without telling me exactly what she said, did the lady that had mentioned the gas cap to you, did she mention something else to you?
Yes.
Hearsay confrontation.
All right, the answer is either yes or no. You're not allowed to state what a witness has said. Do you understand?
Yes.
So that question requires a yes or no answer. Do you understand?
Yes.
All right.
And I think you answered the question if I'm correct, but
Yes.
did she also mention something else to you?
Yes.
And can you tell the jury, like, what was her demeanor towards you when she was speaking to you about this?
Just very cautious.
Very what?
Cautious.
Cautious?
Like worried. Yes.
Okay. And then what did she say to you then?
Objection. Hearsay confrontation.
All right, so I have parties approach.
May I proceed, Your Honor?
Yes, you may proceed.
Well, after this lady talks to you, what do you do next?
I get in the car, and then I told my partner once the light turns green.
That's going to be overruled. It's what he's saying.
Yes, Your Honor, but it still is, he's relaying his out of court statement.
All right, that objection will be overruled.
You can answer the question.
I said once the light turns green to make a right.
And the court will note for the record that that answer was previously stated.
Thank you. And then what did you notice about a vehicle behind you?
Well, I looked back. I had looked back, and I saw a passenger. He had a gun. That's what I saw. And then there was a little kind of like scruffle, like if he was fighting with somebody in the back seat.
Was somebody, okay, so there was a struggle,
Yes.
and let's just break that down. did you turn around and look, or did you look in a mirror? How did you look to the car behind you?
I turned around and looked.
And so, were you in the vehicle or were you outside of your vehicle when you looked?
No, I'm going to object to leading. You can just ask him in a more direct way how he approached it and what he saw.
All right, the objection will be overruled. You can answer the question.
I was in the car.
Okay. And so, which way did you turn around, or to your left, or to your right?
I believe it was my left.
And so,
Yes.
if it's to your left and you're sitting in the passenger side, that means you're looking. Are you looking through the back window of your vehicle?
Yes.
Okay. And so, were you able to see? What were you able to see?
I saw the passenger of that vehicle fighting with somebody in the back.
And let's talk about that person in the passenger seat in the car behind you that you mentioned. Do you recall what that person, what that person looked like?
No, then we approach.
Yes.
My question was, can you describe the individual that was in the passenger seat in the car behind?
He just looked real young.
Sorry?
He was real young.
Real young.
Yes, young.
Do you know what, was he white? Was he Hispanic? Was he African
Hispanic.
American?
Hispanic?
I'm sorry?
Hispanic?
Okay. And, yeah, approach on.
Yes.
Your Honor, I'm going to object to the presentation of that document unless it's laid a foundation for past recollection refreshed.
I don't know if that's what he's doing because I don't know what the document is. So, state you're approaching the witness. You want to mark whatever exhibit it is.
Sure. And on a previous occasion, did you have an opportunity to give a statement to the to the police department that day?
Yes, I did.
And was it typed out?
Yes.
And was it typed out by a police officer and then you read it and signed it? Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And I'm going to show you what's been marked State Exhibit number 5. Can you just please review that and tell me if that is the actual typewritten statement and signed by you back on April 23rd, 2017?
Yes, it is.
And I know that you're nervous today. You mentioned that to me.
Yeah.
So let me ask you, in this description, can you read through it? And don't read it out loud, but to yourself. And can you tell me that when you look to the back?
I'm going to object to the question. The foundation has not been laid for him to be reading his statement to answer the question.
All right, that objection will be overruled.
For time purposes,
And defense, you may move about the courtroom if you want to see what the statement is that's being shown to the witness.
Thank you, Your Honor.
now, previously, I just asked if you remember one, the race or the of the individual that was in the back in the car behind you in the passenger seat. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And you stated Hispanic.
Yes, I thought you were referring to the person in the back seat, not the passenger.
Okay.
So that's where we got confused.
That's my bad. I apologize. So let me rephrase my question, and that helped clear it up there.
Yes.
When you looked to the back and you looked at this vehicle behind you, the front seat passenger, describe that individual to the jury.
He was African American.
And is this the individual that you stated? What would you determine his age possibly to be?
Well, he looked real young. I would say in his 20s.
Now, at any time, if you need to refresh your memory, you can refresh your memory, okay?
Okay.
That's your statement that you gave. And again, is that the statement you gave back in 2017, April 23rd?
Yes.
Okay. Now, there was a driver of the vehicle behind you, was there not?
Objection waiting.
Oh, there was. I'll
Yes.
rephrase the question. Was anybody driving the vehicle behind you?
Yes.
And so there was a driver of that vehicle, is that correct?
Yes.
And can you describe to the jury that driver?
Female. She looked very young, blonde hair.
And I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you, but did you say the color of hair?
Blonde.
Blonde. Thank you. Now, you said that in previous testimony, you said there was some type of scuffle.
Yes.
And can you tell me, who could you see participating in that scuffle?
The passenger.
And that is the black or African American man that you said was in the front passenger seat?
Yes.
And what could you see that individual doing?
Fighting with somebody in the back seat.
I'm sorry?
He was fighting with somebody in the back seat.
In the back seat.
Yes.
Now you named the two occupants in the front. Can you describe to the jury any occupants that were in the back seat of that vehicle?
I just know there was somebody else in the back seat. I didn't really get a description of that person.
Okay. And you see this scuffle going on. At any point, did you see anything else happening back there?
Yes. I believe the person he was fighting with did exit the vehicle. He was yelling for help.
The person that he was fighting with exited the vehicle yelling for help.
Yes.
And did you, at that time, see what that individual was yelling for help? What did he do?
He was asking for help, yelling for help, and then proceeded to jump on the hood of the car.
And now this is all behind you, right?
Yes.
So as you told the jury, you're turned around and looking this way through the window, and you're watching all this
Yes.
unfold behind you at the stoplight.
Yes.
And after the individual jumps on the hood, let me ask you, do you remember if he jumped on the hood like standing, or was he on all four, like on his hands and knees? Can you describe to the jury if you remember?
He was on all fours.
All fours?
Yes.
Okay. And at any time, did the light? What happened? Did the light ever turn green?
Yes.
And at that point, what did I guess Ernest was driving your vehicle? What did he do?
He went right, as I said.
And so, I'll show you. So you're saying that from this position here, when the light turned green, Ernest took a right.
Yes.
And the vehicle behind you that had the individual on the hood, on his hands and knees, where did it go?
It went straight.
So it would have gone straight through the light.
Yes.
And at that point, where did y'all proceed to?
We went right, and then we turned into that shopping center that was right there.
The shopping center here?
Yes.
And did you ever see that black, sorry, that vehicle with the individual that was on the hood? Did you see that vehicle again in this parking lot?
No.
Okay. Did you ever see that vehicle again?
Yes, after that, yes.
And where did you see that vehicle at?
It came out of Chick-fil-A.
And this is, again, this is a 2025 rendition, so it has some awnings here that weren't there before. But did you see it come out of this parking lot?
Yes.
And where did it go?
It went left once it was straight, so it went left.
Okay,
going
right
past. Here? Yes.
And then where did it go from there? Do you recall?
It went by whatever store was right there, and then it just left.
Just left.
And then it just left.
And so you're in this parking lot. When you were in this parking lot, did you hear anything?
Yes, we heard one gunshot.
Gunshots. And did that bring your attention to this area by Chick-fil-A?
Yes.
And that's where you just stated that you saw that black vehicle drive through the parking lot.
Yes.
And if I can go back to the actual intersection again, when y'all were driving off, did you look back and see anything in the vehicle that individual was on his hands and knees?
As we drove off, yes, he was still on all fours.
Okay, on all fours.
Yes.
And did you ever see what that front seat passenger, that African American male, was doing when the individual was on the hood and he was driving?
No, not at that time.
Did you ever see anything in that black African American's hands?
Once we drove off, no.
First question was, did you see?
Other Can you re-ask your question?
Yes, sir. May I approach you?
Yes.
I'll ask you to review your statement.
Oh, yes.
You can't object to lack of foundation. It's never been asked whether or not that's necessary.
All right, you can ask your question.
Okay.
I have no idea what the question is because no question has been asked. I don't know what's being shown to the witness because the court hasn't received information on that.
I'll ask this question.
He's asking him to review, he's instructing the witness to review his statement, having laid no foundation for tendering that document for him to testify from in front of the jury. He's received no instruction about how he's to handle the exhibit while he testifies. That's continued on, and I'm just renewing that objection now that we're back to it.
All right, state you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, after reviewing this, did you ever see anything in that passenger's hand, that African American that was sat in that front seat?
Yes, he had a gun. Yes.
Okay. And is that in your statement that you gave back in 2017?
Yes, it is.
I'm going to show you what state exhibit number 4. One, have you seen this item before?
Yes.
And can you identify anything in it?
Yes, our vehicle's right there.
And that's, you said our vehicle, is that the vehicle that you testified to that you were in that day?
Yes.
And is that the vehicle that Ernest Reyes was driving?
Yes.
And also you were the passenger in that vehicle?
Yes.
Okay. And is this from the day of April 23rd, 2017?
Yes.
And right after you saw the black vehicle exit the Chick-fil-A parking lot?
Yes.
Thank you. Your Honor, state would offer state exhibit number 4. And the evidence will tend to be defense attorney here.
Just like relevance, Your Honor.
All right, state relevance.
The relevance is, Your Honor, it leads to the credibility that he was actually there that day and that this was actually what he just testified to, that it confirms that he's in that vehicle passing by soon thereafter of the black vehicle that with the murder victim.
Can I see the exhibit 4, please?
I'm sorry?
Can I see the state exhibit number 4?
Neither is an issue, Your Honor, and there's already an exhibit of that same vehicle in evidence. So it's cumulative and
Not the full vehicle, Your Honor.
All right, so defense's objection to number 4 is overruled. State's exhibit number 4 will be admitted.
Thank you. Hey there, published, Your Honor.
Yes.
And Mr. Caballero, is this the vehicle that you just testified to that you were in?
Yes.
And where is that vehicle currently? In this photo, where is this vehicle at?
We don't have it no more.
No. Sorry,
Is that
I
what
don't
you
mean the
meant?
actual vehicle.
Oh.
In this photo, where is it located at in this parking lot? Where is it?
It was right outside of the restaurant,
Okay,
Chick-fil-A.
Chick-fil-A. And is this that Chick-fil-A parking lot?
Yes.
Okay, and this is your vehicle in the behind the Chick-fil-A.
Yes.
Thank you. Now, after y'all drive by, what do y'all do after you drive by, and what do you observe when you're driving by the Chick-fil-A parking lot?
Well, we saw someone laying down on their driveway, where the drive-thru was at.
And what did you do at that point?
Well, we went ahead and turned around, parked, and then that's when Ashley and Ro went to go see.
And you went to go see the person on the ground.
Yes.
And did you ever approach?
Yes.
And what did y'all do at that point?
I believe Ashley called 911.
Was there any other individuals out in that parking lot?
Yes, there was other few people there as well.
And did you ever touch the person on the ground?
No.
Did you ever try to assist in first aid?
No.
And did you do anything else on or near the person on the ground?
Yes, he had weed on his side, and also it looked like there was weed shoved in his mouth.
And just to be fair, you say weed. Is there another more technical term?
Marijuana.
Marijuana. Okay,
Marijuana.
Thank you. And let me ask you: did that person that's on the ground? Did they ever speak to you?
No.
Did you ever see any wounds on this individual?
No.
And at any time when you're at the scene, did that individual ever get up or talk to you or talk to anybody?
No.
We'll pass the witness room.
Defense.
Proceed, Your Honor.
Yes.
Good afternoon, sir. How are you doing?
Good.
Prior to your testimony today, have you spoken with anyone from the prosecution about your case?
No.
Okay, so the questions that were put to you, that's the first time you've spoken to a prosecutor?
Oh, sorry. Yes, we have spoke before.
Okay, and in the course of those conversations, have you reviewed any documents in preparation for your testimony?
Just my statement?
Is that the document Mr. Garahan showed you a moment ago?
Yes. Yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Okay. When was the last time you reviewed this?
Today?
Okay. This morning?
Yes.
Okay. And fair to say, this was written on the day that you saw these events that you testified to, right?
Yes.
And what you remembered back then was fresher in your memory than what you remember now, correct?
Yes.
And it's fair to say in State's Exhibit 5, marked for identification, you don't mention seeing anybody on the hood of that car on all fours, right?
Not on all fours, but I did mention somebody on the hood.
Yeah, you're right. You mentioned someone on the hood back on April 23rd, 2017, correct?
Mm-hmm.
But you don't, anywhere in your statement, say that you saw the gentleman on all fours, correct?
No.
And you spoke to police and would surprise you to learn they didn't write down anything about you seeing someone on all fours, correct?
No, because they didn't ask if he was on all fours. They just said I just said he was on the hood. If they asked if he was on all fours, then I would have said he was on all fours.
It's fairly significant, wouldn't you think? Whether he's on all fours or he's standing up on it?
Yeah, but he wasn't standing.
And you didn't see him stomping on the windshield of the car?
I didn't see the stomping, no.
Would it surprise you to learn that other people in the car did?
Yeah,
Well, let's just talk a little bit about your vantage point. You said that you were in which seat of the car?
passenger,
Front passenger,
yes,
right? And there are 3 people in the back bench of the car, right?
yes,
And the person in the middle seat actually has a child on her lap, correct?
yes,
So you're looking through all of that to see this altercation, right?
yes,
You say that when you pulled back around to look at the gentleman that had fallen from the car on the pavement, that you saw marijuana in his mouth.
yes,
And you saw a bag of marijuana next to it, correct?
yes.
How large a bag?
Wasn't that big?
Okay. Size of my fist, smaller, larger?
Maybe a little smaller.
A little smaller than the size of a fist? Okay. You never saw anyone shoving marijuana in the man's mouth, did you?
No,
And you, to be fair, you didn't see him eating the marijuana,
No.
right? Sorry?
no,
Okay. But somehow marijuana was in his mouth.
yes,
Okay. Your view of the back seat of that Kia was also obstructed by the things that were between you and the back seat of that Kia, right?
yes,
You couldn't see all of the occupants fully from they were in the back seat of that car, correct?
yes,
You couldn't see all the things that they were doing, right?
yes,
You can't say whether there was one gun or multiple guns in that car. You don't know, right?
yes, I don't know.
You recall telling a policeman that the person that you saw in the front seat might be an African American.
No, I said he was. I didn't say mine.
Okay. If an officer summarized you as saying that it might have been African American, that would be the officer's mistake, not yours.
Yes,
May I approach you on it?
Yes.
This is part of. May I approach you on it?
Yes.
All right, sir, I'm going to show you what I marked solely for identification as defendants number 1. And that's you here, right? Paul Caballero?
yes,
That's your date of birth right here?
yes,
Okay. And again, on this page, listing you as W1, that's Paul Caballero. That's you, right?
yes,
And then you'll notice here, if you could just read to yourself this sentence in parentheses.
Mhm.
And let me know when you finish reading it.
this one,
Starting at that word and then reading this sentence, in particular emphasis on that portion.
okay, I read it.
Okay. And again,
I'm going to object at this point to hearsay and lack of foundation.
I haven't asked the question yet.
All right, so I don't know what defense exhibit number 1 is.
It's a report that was generated summarizing the statements of Mr. Paul Caballero. I'm showing it to him to see if he is going to accept and adopt the statement that's made or whether he's going to reject it.
And Judge, not to this, he did not write this report.
All right, if I can see defense exhibit number 1, please. And I think our parties approach. For your seat, yes. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I am going to give you a brief break. These are my rules, follow my rules. You're not allowed to discuss anything that you've heard so far in this case. You're not allowed to discuss it amongst yourself. You're not allowed to start deliberating about this case internally on what you've heard. You're not allowed to watch anything, view anything, or do any investigation. Everything that you need to know about this case is to be presented to you inside this courtroom. Does everyone understand? So I'm going to give you all a break, and I'm going to have you all back here at 3:50. That'll give everyone a chance to have a break, all right? All right, everyone, please rise for the jurors.
Okay. They're not. I don't know what's going on. I tried to wait to see, but I really wanted to get those opening arguments, and reason being because that's how we can jumpstart and speed track and kind of get a get enough information about the case. Then, because when I start throwing stuff up on that wall and coming and speaking here and there about whatever's going on, we can kind of um, understand what has happened. You know, and I gave a timeline. I put a timeline with regards to this case on the wall. I don't have any proper format, but to the baby, I've been going. So, the next one is Yella Beezy. And this is Yella Beezy Bond here. He's been arrested in connection with multiple, right? A Dallas rapper. There's a lot going on with that. I mean, I'm sort of, I shouldn't say sort of, I've been sick of this killer rapper shit because one is senseless. It makes no sense why these people are killing and doing shit like it, just doing the dumbest shit. Going on the internet, self snitch. Oh, it's got a lot going on. They have a lot going on, and it just makes no sense, right? Like I told you, I'm a very reasonable thinking person, right? I don't like. I'm not a person that okay say what's good for the goose is not good for the gander, right? I'm not a person that believe that in all times self-defense is just you trying to talk it out. I'm also not a person that believes that trying to talk it out is the first option, meaning you're the one that's acting. Because sometimes you might just have to kill a bitch. You just might have to get them before they get you. I'm just being honest. I understand all of that. I understand all of that. Okay. And yet I hold some, oh Lord, I've some credentials, some degrees, some all around the board. If you wanna um, have a board that's laid out and it has anything to do with ethics, right? If it's an ethical board, I have something just around it, right? So what I'm saying is I understand it from all positions, whatever. What I don't understand is being stupid. That I don't understand. And when you see a lot of these documentaries and you follow, because I follow a bunch of people that do a bunch of that does documentaries and I mean it gets down into it and say what you want to. Again, I'm fair. I'm a girl's girl. I'm always rooting for the ladies. I say we can challenge men, in a lot of aspects, right? But they have a lot. They have that the news reporting and the research. They have that shit on lock. And I'm not saying there isn't any women that is just as good. That's not what I'm saying. Even better. But I'm trying to. It's so many men that I be like, whoa. I mean, I can sometimes just click on a video and get the front, the back, and all the sides of the story. Right? I be on the fast track. Sometimes I don't have a lot of time, but doing a bunch of digging and whatever. Right? But luckily, those of us that know how to research or was trained to research, well, however, you got your research qualifications, and you know how to, if you want to do a deep dive, if you want to do a very surface level, you go ping ping. But nonetheless, you get what you need and you get the hell on, right? Okay. But what I have noticed that it is something that really interests us, or something. If it's interests us, whether it's for school or not, we gonna deep dive. And sometimes we might do more than what's required, right? If it's something that interests us, like so. But I mean, when I listen to these men and they like, there's some that go the documentaries like, all that stuff in Chicago and all that go. I mean, they be knocking it out, right? I learned so I know like a lot of the faces. I know what's behind, the motive, why they doing what they doing, and it's so stupid. A lot of it's so stupid, and they'll go on. I mean, they'll make a post like as if nobody can't interpret what they're saying, and they just wanna kill somebody because they woke up on the bed side of the bed. Stupid. So I don't understand shit like that. I understand when somebody messes with your crew, you're gonna mess with the other crew. I just don't. Of course, I don't condone it, but I understand it. Just fucking with somebody and shoot somebody just because I can't. I don't understand that. So I can't condone that. Understand none of that. Right? That is just not cool to me. So, but it's a lot. But a lot of this beefing back and forth is just ridiculous. And I wish that when these people get locked up for, I don't give a damn if it's a gun charge or whatever. I want them I want their social media to be either restricted or taken or monitored, limited or something in some kind of way, because that is becoming largely the culprit with a lot of this shit that's going on with these rappers. Just take case in point, this Young Thug shit. I wish that Judge Whitaker, YSL Whitaker, would have said that, you know what, you got to stay offline now. That's a penalty. And maybe that would have sent a message to all of his little friends and maybe some other people that are just watching, that this kind of behavior online will not be tolerated, because that is an easy way to incite a riot. Back in the day, inciting a riot, hell, that was hard work because we didn't have the internet. We didn't have, and I've been hit with it, inciting a riot, not legally, whatever, but at a job. Um, tried to get me. Oh, they tried to get me, child. But we didn't have the internet. All we had is our mouth. All we had is our feet, you know. That's all we had. Our hands. And by Thug saying what he's saying, then you got people chiming in. I guess that's how it went. People chiming in. You don't know what crazy person you have watching and thinking that they can help you out by doing so, just like, so I wish you would have told him to stay off the internet, because they can put that order in, right? Keep your ass off that internet. Like, my gosh, it's crazy. It's crazy. Yeah, but no, we got them sympathizers that sleep right now. Anyway, let me put on Yella Beezy's. Where is Yella Beezy? I wonder why that's in there. What is that? Hold on. I rock squad with me. Champagne. I did the thing. To the left. Child, we was around here doing our killer case, baby. We had the dates and the time when he was going to court, baby. Child, with these other cases and stuff, we just throwing them up, child. We ain't doing them right. We got to do better.
Involved in this conversation. The state's witness will also testify to Marquise Conway, the defendant, being present and involved in this conversation. The state's witness will testify to the amount of money that was to be paid for the murder. A state's witness will testify to the individuals responsible for the payment. That state's witness will also testify that Marquise Conway was one of the individuals responsible for a portion of that payment. A state's witness will also testify to the individual who would receive this payment. The state's witness will testify that Kewan White was, in fact, the individual to receive this payment, who was originally indicted in State's Exhibit Number 1, the probable cause, which is before this court. The state's witness would also testify that Kewan White, or to who shot and killed Melvin Noble. This witness would also testify to Kewan White being the individual who shot and killed Mr. Noble on November 11th of 2020. Again, this conversation took place in the days following Mr. Noble's murder. The state has also had an opportunity to review bank records of the defendant, Marquise Conway. These records would show that the defendant drew $40,000 in the days following the murder of Melvin Noble. And for the record, that was a cash withdrawal. These records would correspond to the exact amount which the state's witness would testify to. In reviewing these records, the state also became aware and believe that they would show that the defendant had anywhere between 800 and 900, but more specifically, $870,000 between a checking account and a savings account with one particular bank. 370 of which was in a checking account, a little over 500,000 which was in a savings account. The state at this time would like to publish to the court what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 3, which is the video of the offense. Thank you, Your Honor.
Now, before that's published, just address something with the prosecutor and their proffer.
Sure.
So it's clear for the record that as he recited, the state's witness, his proffer is, that's just one witness.
Correct, Your Honor.
Multiple witnesses. And that I don't recall if the specific in the proffer was when the date that this witness reported to hear this conversation.
I do not have the specific date written down, but I know it was in the days following the offense. We do have evidence of when this could have taken place based off of cell phone data of when the defendant was in another state, and then we came back to Texas. So we believe we have a time frame. As far as the exact date, I do not have it this time.
Anything else, Mr. Smith?
No, Your Honor. Permission to publish, Your Honor.
Yes. You don't want the lights off?
It's at the court's discretion.
Oh.
And Your Honor, this is, just for context, this is approximately noon on I-35 heading northbound. This video is taken from a Kroger 18-wheeler, and this is heading north I-35 into downtown Dallas on noon on November 11, 2020. Now, Your Honor, if I could draw the court's attention, if you look on I've stopped this video at 19 seconds. You see a gold sedan in the far left lane and a black sedan in the second lane to the left. The gold sedan will be the vehicle carrying the victim, and the black sedan is the vehicle driven by Q1 White, who is then the shooter, based off of the evidence we have.
Okay.
Your Honor, I'm going to stop this at 1 minute and 37 seconds. The victim does not return into the frame. The only other things that the state would like to proffer as far as this bond hearing, since the court does not have a probable cause affidavit, of course, this is a grand jury referral. Defendant Q1 White was also indicted. You do have his murder probable cause affidavit from 2020. He was also indicted at that same time in cause number F21-75377 for Dr. Randall Graham, who also sustained injuries, a neurosurgeon who was heading north on I-35 that day and was struck as well. However, he did survive. And finally, Your Honor, the last thing that I would proffer at this time would be that there were a total of 44 fired cartridge casings, all from the same style of firearm as far as the caliber that were recovered on the freeway on November 11, 2020. And at this time, around state arrest.
The defense.
Judge, this time we call Ms. Alexander to the stand.
And raise your right hand, please. Do you swear or affirm that in all matters before the court, you will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So I'll be going.
May I proceed, Your Honor?
Yes.
Ms. Alexander, could you introduce yourself to the court and spell your last name for the court reporter?
Yes, my name is Alma Jean Alexander, Alexander. I'm Marquis' grandmother.
Ms. Alexander, are you currently employed?
No, I retired from Dallas County in 2014.
Now, when you tell the judge you retired from Dallas County in 2014, what was your occupation?
Deputy clerk.
And just for the record, a deputy clerk, what does a deputy clerk do?
Process paperwork from the attorneys for the judge. Basically handle the paperwork for the courts.
And this is the building that you were employed, is that correct?
Yes, it is.
And back in the clerk's room, where in the old days, we had a lot of paperwork. Lawyers would take the file, take it back to the clerk. You would handle the file stamps and put all the papers into the file.
And type up the judgments.
Type up the judgments. Can we back up a little bit? Just tell the judge a little bit about where were you born and when did you move to Dallas County?
I was born in Washington, Arkansas. I moved to Dallas County when I was 11. So I've been here like 63 years.
And being Marquise's grandmother, could you explain the dynamics of your family as far as where are they located and how many grandchildren do you have and where does Marquise fall in the family relationship?
Okay, Marquise was my first grandson, first grandchild. I have 11 grandchildren and 8 great-grands. Of course, Marquise being the first grandchild, we were always close because you're excited with your first grandchild. So you try to do everything you can and instill in them good values. He's been a godsend to a lot of his family members. He helps everybody in the family. I know it's hard sometimes because when you have people pulling on you and you just trying to stretch money, you know, it doesn't always pan out. But he's always helped whenever needed. He's just been.
Let me interrupt you just a minute. When you say, let's just go back a little bit. Did he go to public schools here in Dallas County?
Yes, he did.
Was he born and raised here in Dallas County?
Yes, yes, he was.
And does he currently work here in Dallas County?
Yes, he's an entertainer.
Okay, and as an entertainer, so we can explain to the court, what type of entertainment does he do?
Music.
And has he done well in his music career?
Yes.
And in the music career, you have a persona, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And it's a persona out there for your career is different with the family fold, is that right?
Right.
Him being your grandson, did he go to church here in Dallas County?
Yes, he went to church with me often. That was one of my requirements when he'd spend the weekend.
And how often do you talk and have a relationship with Marquise?
When he's in town, 2 or 3 times a week. When he's out of town, sometime once a week.
His relatives, are they here in the courtroom today?
Yes.
And is his mother back there in the courtroom?
Yes, she is.
Okay, and for the record, did you just tell is that Miss Kimberly Rush?
Right.
Is his family here? Are they all here in Dallas County or Dallas-Fort Worth Metroplex?
Vicinity, yes.
Are you here to just tell the judge he has sufficient ties to this community?
Yes, he does. He does.
Now, as far as, does he have any children?
Yes, he has 2 sons.
And how old are his children?
5 and 7.
Is he, have you observed him being involved in his children's life?
Yeah, we go to football games for the little ones all the time. He's always got them in sports.
Okay, so he's out there in the community coaching up his sons and other kids that play on the football team.
Yeah, I call him the Joe Jackson of the sports.
You call Joe Jackson being Marquise?
Yeah, Joe Jackson was Michael Jackson's father. You know how he pushed them to be great and good. So I said that's what he's trying to do with his boys.
I'm glad you cleared that up. There's other Joe Jacksons, but yes, I can get that Joe Jackson would be well involved in his family.
Yeah.
So you're telling the judge he's from Dallas County, significant ties, and he's involved with his family. As far as you're aware that he is been arrested for this charge.
Yes.
Of payment for hire for a murder. And this happened back in 2020. You're aware, you saw the video and you heard the prosecutor talk about
Yeah, on Facebook.
Their version of the facts.
Right.
How long has he been in jail?
Oh, 8 days since last Thursday.
The bond set at $2 million. Has he been able to post that bond and get out of jail?
He's still sitting here. No, he hasn't.
We're asking the court for a $250,000 bond based on, do you believe that Mr. Conway could post a $250,000 bond?
I'm pretty sure we can get it together.
And are you telling this court that he's not able to post a $2 million bond?
No, he's not.
That's witness.
Cross-examination.
Yes, Your Honor. Good morning, Ms. Alexander.
Good morning.
My name is Tommy Adams. If you have any questions with my questions, I don't form them in a good way, please just ask me to repeat myself and I will do so, okay?
Okay.
I appreciate you being down here. I'm sure this is not an easy day for you. So thank you. You worked for the Dallas County within the clerk's office up until 2014, correct?
Correct.
Now, Ms. Alexander, are you aware that there was a bond schedule that judges could set bonds on different level offenses within this courthouse?
Yes.
And are you aware that that bond schedule has since been done away with and was subject to a federal lawsuit against all of the district judges within Dallas County?
No.
Now, when you talk about your grandson being an entertainer, I mean, he's more than just an entertainer, correct?
Yes.
He's in fact a double platinum artist, correct?
Right.
Now, going back to 2020 and the years leading up to that, well, let me ask you this. Are you aware of your grandson owning a 2017 Denali?
Yes.
And what is that Denali, what is special about that Denali?
It's bulletproof.
It's bulletproof. Now, Ms. Alexander, I can't imagine in all your years working here at the clerk's office that you ever felt like you needed a bulletproof vehicle.
I don't need one.
Now, Ms. Alexander, would you agree with me that in 2020 and the years leading up to 2020, that there was a lot of stuff going on in the city of Dallas surrounding, and to be quite honest, our victim, Melvin Noble, and your grandson, Marquise Conway?
I try not to delve into Facebook and hearsay. because I know him for myself. So,
Well, let me ask you this way. Are you aware your grandson was shot in Plano?
yeah, I was there.
You weren't there at 3 a.m., were you?
I was at the hospital.
Correct. Okay.
Mhm.
But you would agree with me that even if you're not on Facebook, I mean, this stuff was on TMZ. I think your grandson even did a interview on TMZ with those folks on live TV about this. So you're aware that there was a back and forth going on in this city involving your grandson as well as Mr. Noble, the complainant in this capital murder case. You're aware of that at least, right?
Yeah, somewhat.
Is that the reason your grandson felt the need to get a bulletproof Denali?
No, he felt the need because people are jealous and you don't know who's going to do what, when, or where.
Now, are you aware of whether or not he had to, if a Denali comes that way off the lot, or do you have to actually pay money to get something like that done?
I have no idea how it happened, where it happened, why it happened. I just know he had it.
Sure. And as far as your grandson being in custody for approximately 8 days, defense asked you initially how long he'd been in jail and if he was able to make a $2 million bond. And your initial answer was, no, he hasn't. And then when they followed up with whether or not he can make a $2 million bond, that's when you said, no, he cannot, correct?
Right.
Now, especially with all of your experience here in the county and working in the clerk's office, you're aware that when somebody has a $2 million bond, they can pay only 10% of that, correct?
Yes.
With a bondsman's help. Now, your grandson is a double platinum recording artist, correct?
Correct.
And he lives in a mansion in Frisco, correct?
Correct.
And he has houses in other states, correct?
I'm not aware of that.
Are you aware of him paying and helping to support other individuals in the family and also extended family and friends?
I'm not into his business like that.
You agree with me that your grandson is substantially well off, correct?
He might used to be, but if he could make a $2 million bond, he'd be out.
Would you agree with me, though, that there's a difference between can, want to, and choosing not to?
I'm aware of all of those things, but I know he don't want to be in here, so I know if he could afford it, he'd be out. Plus, he has other bills. He don't just have money laying around.
Sure. Now, Ms. Alexander, if I wanted to reach out to Ms. Rush, your daughter, what would be the best phone number to reach her at?
She's not my daughter.
Okay. Mr. Conway's mother, if I was going to reach out to her, what would be the best phone number to reach out to her at?
You don't have that information?
If you were going to reach out to her, not me.
Judge, I'm going to object to bantering with the witness and relevancy here. We're kind of veering off to and getting in discovery. The state hadn't showed us their case. They've made a proffer here. It seems like they can do their discovery outside the courtroom.
Objection overruled. You may proceed. Ma'am, you need to answer the question.
What was it?
If you were going to call Ms. Rush, what number would you call her at? If you need to check your phone, I'd be happy to wait.
Okay. Thank you. Two 554-5606.
5606.
Judge, again, I'm going to object to this as far as being public information. and getting out to the public. This is a media case. This is an improper question. I know the judge just overruled me on this, but there is a fear of this getting out.
Well, it's out there now.
I would ask the court to seal the number the prosecutor had.
The court's gonna overrule your objection. I do understand and appreciate the concern that it was publicly announced. So I'm going to ask, you're asking that it be sealed?
I'm asking that it be sealed from the public. This is and the court has heard it, consider it for this bond hearing, and that this not be published outside of the courtroom. The media sitting outside of the courtroom. And I think there's legitimate fear of those here, just like the state has their concerns. So that was my objection.
The court will grant that objection.
Sustained
that objection. You can use it for your purposes only. It cannot be published to anyone else.
Okay. And Your Honor, the reason I'm asking, I'm going to have another question too, is that in State's Exhibit number 6, which is the confidential affidavit of financial conditions, in which the defendant is asked to provide an emergency contact number, the only emergency contact person he lists is himself. And the problem with that is that number that he listed for himself is according to Ms. Alexander, the same number. So I'm just trying to clear some things up. We don't have anything on the information here.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. And Ms. Alexander, my follow-up to you is that if you were going to call your grandson 8 days ago, what number would you call him at? And if the defense wants this portion to be sealed, I'm fine with that too, but I think this is important information, Your Honor.
Well, could we have a write it down, perhaps?
That's fine.
Announcing it to court. Sure.
Thank you, ma'am. Senator, to the defense, looks mark the State's Exhibit number 7.
Okay.
State's Exhibit number 7 is admitted.
Now, Ms. Alexander, you testified that your grandson has significant ties to this community, correct?
Yes,
Born and raised in the greater Dallas area.
correct.
As far as how much time he spends in the city of Dallas, or more or less Dallas County and the surrounding areas at this point, do you know approximately how much he spends in the greater Dallas area per month?
I'd say 3/4 of the time.
3/4 of the time. Now, just as far as his ability to travel and the nature of that, like planes and getting around, you're aware that he travels quite a bit via private jet, commercial, all of that, correct?
Yes.
Does he have access to his own private jet?
No.
Do you know approximately how often he does fly private?
No, I don't.
But when he does that, he would be having to pay for those bills as well, correct?
Correct.
Do you agree with me that flying private is not the cheapest thing in the world to do?
Yes.
Nothing further from the state, huh?
Anything else from Ms. Goodman?
No further questions, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, ma'am. You can step down. You have another witness?
Judge, I was gonna make the proffer we discussed, back in Chambers. May I make a proffer, Your Honor?
Yes.
Judge, a lot of us have been down here at this courthouse for 30 years. I'm not gonna go over the law. I know you understand the bail bond, and how we have been involved. I just wanted to point out in some of these cases where there's high profile in the state versus Michael Lucky, that was a capital murder case. That was in criminal district court number 7, the court that we're in. That was a high profile case. That case involved an NBA player that was initially set by the magistrate in the jail with a probable cause affidavit, where they had knowledge of the facts from what the police said. And that bond was originally set at $500,000. It was later reduced by the court to $100,000 with conditions. Co-defendant in that case, Larry Jenkins, cause number F2076397. This is the same set of facts case where the magistrate with a probable cause affidavit set it for $750,000. Another case in the state of Texas versus Antoine Franklin, capital murder case 522-76141. This involved a famous football player out of Oklahoma. That case was set by the magistrate for $500,000. Again, probable cause affidavit. He was later reduced by the court to $200,000. Judge, in dealing with the bond schedule, you have bond conditions here that require electronic monitor. They have several conditions with probation, check-in, and curfews. We're proffering to the court here that the court has set bonds down here in Dallas County where the typical murders range between $150,000 and $200,000, and a capital murder can range, in these cases, in between $500,000 and $750,000. Magistrate settled. The thing in this case that we're proffering, the magistrate had no probable cause affidavit. They had no facts, and in this case, we're asking the bond to be reduced in these facts. We'll argue here, but I just want to proffer those 3 cases.
All right, anything else?
We're closed, and then we'd just like to argue.
Okay, state.
Your Honor, I would just, if I could, just briefly, I would also like to proffer just 2 cases since defense has brought up some cases that have come here from Dallas County. The first one I would like to bring up is F2475475. Defendant's name is Chaz Booth out of the 194th Judicial District Court. He's currently sitting in jail on a capital murder charge for $2 million. That defendant is not a celebrity, a basketball player, a football player, a musician, an artist, or anything like that.
Okay, what's the bond on that one?
$2 million.
Oh, $2 million.
He is a 20-year-old who is charged with capital murder. Additionally, we have Jordan Owens, who was recently sentenced F2377243, also a capital murder, and his bond was set at $1.5 million, and I believe that was in the 282nd Judicial District Court. And that's, as far as cases, I'm not going to keep going with. I'm not going to go back and forth. So that's all we have as far as rebuttal.
Your arguments?
We'll wait and reserve the right for rebuttal.
Okay.
Judge, I'll begin and then Ms. Krusko will finish up with that. Your Honor, as you know, under 1715, the court considers certain facts in the bond reduction hearing and determining whether to reduce the bond. Here in this hearing, the court has before you been introduced 2 arrest affidavits. There is not the arrest affidavit of a client, that does not exist, but you do and have reviewed the arrest affidavits of Kewan White and Mr. Brown. Those arrest affidavits were taken on Kewan White was December 8, 2020, Devin Brown, March 18th of 2021. The offense itself is approximately 4 years and 4 months ago when it occurred. You carefully reviewed those affidavits and set out how the offense, and you saw the video. Nowhere in those affidavits is there any mention of our client, any mention of his role, any mention of connection to this case in either one of those affidavits that you have before you that you can consider. As far as the proffer given by the state, they choose what they can proffer. They said they have one person who overheard a conversation after the incident that happened on the highway in which he heard money being discussed and our client present at that during that conversation about paying money. You received no information in the proffer as to the credibility of that witness, if they have a bias or a motive for coming forward now at this time, 4 years, 4 months later, with this information. You only have you don't even have a proffer that this was a confidential informant, which you know requires some type of vetting, just that it's a person who said they were present during this one conversation. And that's the only evidence that you have before you this hearing that connects them to this offense. The state also proffered a bank record that said there was after the incident in November of 2020, there was a withdrawal of $40,000 cash. No proffer was made as to if that money, if it was traced anywhere to the other defendants charged in this offense. You've received no information of any text message, any message on social media platform that our client paid for this murder, any type of remuneration, no recording of any sort, just this person who came forward and said he overheard this conversation. As far as the bank records go, the only thing in evidence before the court are records that were back in 2020 when they quoted 2 different accounts which accounted for $800,000. You've heard no evidence as to his current financial bank records and what is in there. You only have before you testimony of the defendant's grandmother who told you he cannot make the bond, has not been able to make the bond, he cannot make the $2 million bonds. I'll let Mr. Beezy finish with the other parts of the argument.
Judge, thank you. I'm not going to go back over what Mr. Shook said. What the court has before you is a case that's been investigated for 5 years, and my client, Yella, is a citizen in this community that has no flight issues. He has not left this community. He stays in this community. His family is sitting right back here in the courtroom that showed up for the support in this community. A big factor of this is that he has significant ties to this community. The current bond conditions that you have in place with a leg monitor would be whatever concerns that the state may have or the court may have to know where he is. His grandmother has worked down here and understands how to communicate with the court. We have people and the bond restrictions of that. The court is aware of how significant the bond restrictions are in keeping them and writing a bond. Judge, we're coming at this is a significant oppressive and punitive bond and under the law, in our opinion. We believe that the magistrate, when she set this bond, did not have any evidence in front of her and set it high. We also believe that after 8 days, had he had the money, he would have posted it, and he's sitting here in jail. And that those cases that the state and I have talked about, the court is well aware of a wide range that you have, but given these facts that Mr. Shook went over with no corroboration, we don't know anything about their case, this witness, who they are, the court doesn't. And given the facts presented, we're asking you to reduce this bond to an appropriate amount where he can abide by the conditions and come to court and we can fight this case.
Okay, thank you. State?
Yeah, sure. Just briefly. In regards to an individual's ability to pay the bond, Ms. Alexander testified specifically that she is not involved in her grandson's business and doesn't keep up with his financial stuff. So she really was not in a position to testify what he can and what he cannot afford. She did testify to the fact that he is a double platinum, I believe as of recently 2 weeks ago, recording artist, that he travels about a quarter of the month, that he lives in a mansion in Frisco, that he drives a Denali, a bulletproof Denali, which also will lead into safety concerns. So the only thing that the court has as far as ability to pay or not to do it, or not having an ability to pay this bond, is the bank records, which I've proffered to the court, as well as his own grandmother saying that he's a successful artist living in a mansion up in Frisco, that flies on private jets and travels. The important thing about the Denali is not just the fact of the cost and all of that, but it's the fact that when we're talking about safety concerns for the community, one of the factors that the court should take into consideration is, if this individual were to get out, is there a viable safety concern? The fact that the defendant has a bulletproof vehicle and drove one at the time and was arrested in it 8 days ago, that should tell you all you need to know. And that's not just based off of pure jealousy. Your Honor has been doing this long enough to know that is based off of something much greater than just pure jealousy. As far as safety circumstances for the community, this is, as defense has stated, a very high profile case. And this defendant is very well known, not only locally, not only in the state, but nationally and internationally. The fact that this individual has the means and the resources and the reach to get to witnesses is a true concern that the court should also take into consideration. And that this was part of a bigger thing that was going on in 2016, 17, 18, 19, 20, culminating in the death of Melvin Noble. The circumstances surrounding it are not only the offense in itself, but the circumstances building up to Mr. Noble's death. And Your Honor, I didn't want to go back and forth with defense on proffering cases of bonds and $2 million and $3 million bonds. But the truth is, this is a capital murder for remuneration. And the defendant is charged with paying other individuals to take another human life. And he has the financial means and the reach to do it. In fact, I think it's important that there was another victim. This was at noon on I-35 leading into downtown Dallas. 44 fired cartridge casings. Who knows how many others were knocked away by the cars that kept driving by. Melvin Noble was hunted down on November 11th in 2020, a beloved son of Dallas. It could have been so much worse, and that's a terrible thing to say when it's a capital murder for remuneration, where he has paid another man to hunt down and kill somebody in broad daylight. Your Honor, based off of all the testimony and the facts that have been presented in this court, we'd ask that you leave the bond where it's at, currently at $2 million.
All right, let me have the exhibits, and then if you all will give me about 10 minutes, I'll respond.
Got it, Your Honor.
Yes. The defense did not have any exhibits, right?
No, Your Honor.
And this is just the video, right?
Yes.
Anything else that I need to take with me?
And you had 1 and 2 still.
Yeah, I said that.
Finish.
All right. Thanks.
All right.
Sure.
My bad. I thought they were done in there, but they come back in there. So I'll be right back.
I just leave them. It's not. Yes, it's not your regular decision. That's fine. But I'm saying since you're not one hearing, or there's a clerk in, then I'm listening to everything. No. So that's what I'm saying. No. So since it's not your regular report, I need to do that. Okay. Across from here. Across from here. Right.
Lindsay. I don't know, you know, who is Crystal?
Who is Crystal?
Yeah, my court reporter there, Jamie, she was telling me about Crystal Higgins.
That's the state's attorney.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, my bad. I
It's
apologize.
okay. Okay, the court is the court ready?
Yes, Judge.
All right, the court's ready to make my ruling. The court is going to reduce the bond to $750,000. The court took into consideration, certainly, the biggest consideration was the offense, the severity of this particular offense. It's pretty egregious to watch that video. But the court also took into consideration the evidence or lack of evidence that the state presented. That was a factor also. Another concern I had was the financial statement that the defendant was to put on file. He didn't seem to take that very seriously at all. And that causes me concern about whether or not he's taking seriously the allegations against him. So I am going to set the bond at $750,000 with the bond conditions that were already set. But included on that, I want it to be very clear, Mr. Conway, that you are to have no contact, direct or indirect, no threatening or harassment of any victim, witness, co-defendant. If it's you or anybody on your behalf, there's going to be a problem. Do you understand that? Okay, you all can stand. I'm talking to you now. So that's going to be a concern. And then I want to make sure that you provide the court with correct information regarding your person of contact, because basically this affidavit seemed to be your way of saying, forget y'all. I don't want you to open your mouth. Yeah. Seemed to be your way of saying, forget y'all. So you need to provide correct, accurate information regarding who is your person of contact should there be any type of problem. I hope that you're taking this seriously because your responses in this affidavit kind of indicate that you're not. You understand me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Is there anything else?
No, I'm going to say, Your Honor.
Anything else from the defense?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
Ooh. She said 750,000. Great damn mighty. That's 75,000. Well, I'm not sure how that jurisdiction handles their bonds and stuff. So bail and bonds. So but yeah, that's a lot. Oh my gosh! But you heard what she said, honey. She said, I don't think you're taking it serious. So I don't know what you wrote in that paper. But that's crazy, y'all. But another day. All these people getting in trouble. All these people getting in trouble. These rappers, I don't know, child. They might have to find them something else to do. This is crazy. This is absolutely crazy. I see some more stuff is going on in Puffy's case. There's another, oh my gosh. How many motion limit is in here? Hold on, wait a minute. That motion limit is to conclude summary charges evidence and for time of disclosure. Shapiro. I thought Shapiro was what the man name? Jay-Z's attorney. Huh? Hold on. Alex Spiro. That's right. Leave it up to me, baby. I'll fuck it up. Okay. Okay. I was going to say, wait a minute. Wait a minute. I ain't gonna hold. What is this? Motion them to conclude testimony of Dr. Don Hughes. Memorandum of the charts. Memorandum. She be doing too much. And declaration of support of Sean Combs motion and limited to conclude. I could probably just download a declaration into support, and instead of doing both memorandums and motion and limites, because it should combine and tell me all I need to know. Oh, 35. See, listen here. This is $3. $3.50 here, there, whatever. And then remember, I had downloaded Sonny's husband's case from the View, 4,600 and something pages. Do the math on that. Now, what? Let me see. Okay, that's pretty much what he's going to. She's going to testify to. Okay, this is a CV. When y'all keep hearing the word CV throughout, or I say it a lot, I'll show you an example. Maybe I do need to download it. She did this differently, so. I want y'all use the right terms. Curriculum vitae. CV. Curriculum vitae. Every time. Okay, here you go, right here. Okay. So I can show y'all what a curriculum vitae. Okay, you see that? You see that right there? You see where it says curriculum vitae. Curriculum vitae. Okay? You see them holler CV, and I told you it's just a very expansive, innovative, in-depth resume. Ooh, honey. Let me see how it is. Now, those of us that have, been around the block several times, ours sort of look like this. Not as nowhere in depth as this, right? Unless you had a lot of presentations and stuff. But other than that, your shit looks like this. But I got a whole fucking CD or DVD. I don't know what you want to call it. DVD. See, that's a DVD. No. And I need for it to turn into a plug thing. USB. Look at that, honey. Mm, mm, mm. Baby, they put some work in. Who got this? Um, the defense got this person. I wonder what they testifying to. They testifying to sexual abuse and interpersonal violence and domestic relationships, perhaps coercive control. Oh wow, they finna turn it around on Cassie's ass. Baby, let me tell you, P. Diddy got that long money, baby. He finna make Cassie the motherfucker. When they get finished her ass, she gonna seem like the one that's on being charged. Oh my gosh. I might have to send this to Mo, honey. Hold on, let me download this. I have to send this to Mo. It's up. She'll be all tickle pink and shit like this. She'll be like, oh my gosh. Yeah, girl. Yeah, I got to search and see if I can find a a know how right now I'm laying up under a what you call it? Oh my god, a hot a warm blanket. I got to see if they done made a blanket where you can control, where it can be like cold blanket. Now this is where I'm gonna have a problem. This is where the problem is gonna come in, right? Because the reason why I'm laying up under this heated blanket is because I have the air conditioner jacked up to, well, jacked down to like freezing temperatures, right? 60 something degrees in here, right? But I'm having these ridiculous hot days. Now this is getting ridiculous. When I tell you, because before it felt like a little heat, a little heat through my body. This crap here feels like somebody is just striking a match on my ass. Oh, I can't do that. Oh, I can't do that. Uh-uh. Uh-uh. No, 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 no. Angel don't live like that. Uh-uh. So I'm going to find me some kind of electric something. Electric something. Some kind of blanket that gives. I'm pretty sure they done made one by now. And as a matter of fact, why y'all, I don't want to hold you. Whoever looks at this, okay. A cool blanket. A cool blanket for hot sleepers. Hold on, wait a minute. Let me see if it's electric. Oh, dance now with your big ass. That's what you say when you're on to something. Or that's what you say when somebody's in trouble. Y'all remember that from House Party? Oh, dance now with your big ass. I don't want no transfer heat to keep. I don't want to transfer no damn heat. I need an electric blanket that instead of turning the heat, it turns the coldness. Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. If Amazon don't have it, if they don't make it, electric cold blankets. Heat. Cooling blanket, babe. I need to be electric. I need to do it with buttons. I need buttons. I like buttons and batteries. Okay. Hold on. What is this dual? Heat and electric blanket queen. Heating blanket with dual control. No, that's like. I don't need that. I need for the bed, the match. I, heated. Nope. I don't need no heat. Got two of those. Baby, I solved all my problems with buttons and shit. I can't do it. Ooh, I think I done found one. What is this right here? What is this? Ice blankets. All season. Oh, there's something called an ice blanket. I don't care if it doesn't match the decor. Somebody only gave it 2 stars. And let me tell you something. Make sure you always read the reviews because there be customers in here be mad at me. I ain't get it on time, or 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 some stupid shit like that. I want you to remark on the performance. Stupid. Gave it 1 star. Why? Once again, very disappointed. Was not what was advertised. 2, does not keep you cool. 3, the size only fits half my bed. All of that, no. That seems like it's a you problem. I don't want to hear none of that. I got I got to do something. Well, I'm trying to tell you, I'm gonna be crazy. Oh Lord, that was one for Timo, Jesus. You have to. No, that ain't electric. Yeah, I need electric. I need to hit the buttons, honey. No, shit. Yeah, like, cause you could easily say that the blanket is cooling, and it just could be a regular damn blanket you got somewhere in your house. I swear, for God, I got about 50,000 blankets. Mm mm. Yep, that's what I'm finna get ready to do. Ooh, child, them people from X over here. Okay, now listen here. I'm sorry, baby. Our time has come to an end. Okay, make sure you do something good for yourself and someone else. Make today a good day and tomorrow even better day. And baby, we are clean up out of here when I count it down. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.